preliminary heats. Top 3 in each heat, plus the next 4 best times will proceed through to the semi-finals. So good start there from Caesar. Rodriguez Chico just a little slow out of the blocks. Caesar leading them into the straight. So Baker to the inside as well, going nicely into the outside too from Mentone. It is Blackberg. So top 3 to go through, and you can see Rodriguez Chico just now getting into stride, but Caesar certainly pushing him to the line. Will be interesting for that 3rd spot, but looks like it will be the Dandenong Springvale athlete, Luke Baker. He'll come through 22.19, I think. Minus 1.4, so a little bit of a gusty wind down the home straight there this evening. But Drew Rodriguez Chico, Jacob Caesar and Luke Baker automatically through to the semis in the first of our 4 preliminary heats of the men's 200. Just a quick update from our combined discus throw. So I think it's the under-17s. Kira Sanchez leads the way 31.90, and in the upper age group, Elise Keegan is leading the way 39.27. That's after round 2 in the discus throw.
So on the track now, heat 2 of 4 in the men's open 200 metres, the top 3, and then the next 4 fastest times spread across these 4 heats. In lane number 2, representing Athletics Nunawading, Sammy Latui. In lane number 3, from St Kevin's, Phil Borg. In lane number 4, from Eaglehawk, Kai Mason. In lane number 5, from Athletics Essendon, Jack Hale. In lane number 6, from Geelong Guild, Mason Spikers. In lane number 7, from Athletics Nunawading, Corey Robinson. And in lane number 8, from Geelong Guild, Michael Little. These are all your competitors here in heat 2 of 4 in the men's open 200 metres. So we're away now in heat number 2, and it is Jack Hale through the middle who gets the best start. Mason Spikers on the outside of him, and now Kai Mason on the internal going to start to push through. So as they make their way into this home straight, it's Jack Hale, smooth as butter through the inside of the track. It's Mason Spikers on the outside, Kai Mason on the inside, but here's Jack Hale. He turns it off, has a look around, and he'll take out heat number 2. On the outside of him, Mason Spikers, on the inside, Kai Mason. And those will be your 3 automatically through to the semi-final tomorrow. And the other 4 will have to wait on time. And heat number 2 of 4 in the men's open 200 metres.
So the bar in the pole vault in the under 20 comp now at 4 meters 10. 4:10 in the under 20 pole vault competition. So the under 20 men's 200s, once again the semis will be skipped and they will be going straight to the final at final time, which is 6:10 p.m. So no semis, under 20 men's 200 metres. Just in the javelin throw, we're doing the change of order at the moment, and we'll see the competitors back out shortly. So over in the long jump competition, Gina Davey currently leading that one on 5:61. Let's go now to the third of our 4 heats of the men's open 200 metres in lane 2 from Dandenong Springvale, Sachifra Vijay Sundara. In 4 from Athletics Nunawading, Nick Shen. 5 from Casey Gadinia, Michael Hansford. In 6 from Old Melburnians, Daniel Minns. And in 7, Athletics Essendon's Chris Vi. So there's 5 starters, top 3 to go through, next 4 best times.
On your marks. Set.
So good clean start there from Casey Gadinia. Hansford away nicely. Shen just to the inside of him. Daniel Minns also got a little bit of work to do as they come around, but it is the Casey Gadinia runner there, and Hansford leading the way. Shen from Nunawading going nicely. Vijay Sundara on the inside, and on the outside there is Vi from Essendon. So top 3 to go through. Minns will claim that spot as we see Hansford and Shen come across together. Then a little gap to Minns. Next one through there, V and Vijay Sundara. So that's the third of our 4 heats in the men's 200.
So the bar in the pole now at 4:25 in the under 20 men. And on the runway we've got Andrew Bull from Casey Gadinia. So the bar now at 4:25.
So on the track now, we do have heat number 4 of 4 in our men's open 200 metres. The top 3 will automatically advance, and the next 4 fastest times will have to wait. In lane number 2 from Athletics Nana Wadding, Sashintha Senarath. In lane number 3 from Glen Huntley, Asari Amawafo. In lane number 4 from Geelong Guild, Oscar Mazaraki. In lane number 5 from the Collingwood Harriers, Will Johns. In lane number 6 from Western Athletics, Braden Portelli. In lane number 7 from Sandringham, Sam Clark. And in lane number 8 from Athletics Essendon, Dunstan Aikin Ojalabi. These are all of your competitors here in heat number 4 of 4 in the men's open 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away cleanly here in heat number 4, and Will Johns in the middle of it gets the best start. Mazaraki on the inside of him, and so too Braden Portelli on the outside. So as they make their way into this home straight, it is Portelli. Johns now starts to go through the motions. He's going to really get the wheels moving, so he goes right past Portelli, and this heat will belong to Will Johns. So Johns will take it out. Portelli on the outside, and on the inside there was Amawafo of Glen Huntley. And the others will have to wait on their times here to see if they make it through to that semi-final of the men's open 200 metres. And a minus 0.9 wind there for heat number 4 of 4 in the men's open 200 metres.
On the Friday shift.
Just the way we're like it, I think.
Yeah, so it's all field events.
It's all field events, yes.
So next event on the track will be the Open Women's 200 metres. There will be 3 preliminary heats. So the top 2 in each of these heats, plus the next 2 best times, will proceed to the final of the Women's Open 200 metres. We'll announce the field in Heat 1 shortly. So Craddock now on the runway in this under-20 javelin competition. So Alana Chapman, next one up in the javelin throw, but we will now, sorry, we'll just wait for our field introduction for the 200s as Chapman on the runway in the javelin. So just out beyond that 30-metre mark there for Chapman. So 5 starters in the first of 3 preliminary heats of the Women's Open 200 metres. In lane 3, representing Ringwood, Danielle Shaw. In lane 4, we welcome from Queensland, Connie Murray. In 5, representing the Collingwood Harriers, we welcome back to Lakeside Stadium, Tokyo Olympian Kendra Hubbard. In 6, from Western Athletics, Sumaya Bayal. And in 7, from Eaglehawk, Laura Kadri. So they're our field in the first of 3 preliminary heats in the Women's Open 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there to the outside of Hubbard is Bayal, and she got off to a flying start there. Kendra Hubbard now starting to work. Connie Murray also going with them. She'll lead them into the straight as well. So the Queenslander has the fly start. Danielle Shaw now working beautifully on the inside lanes. So Shaw's the one who's taken the lead. Top 2 to automatically get through. Then the 2 next best times. Danielle Shaw, she'll take this one. 24.50 unofficial. Murray, then Hubbard, then Bayal, and then Kadri. So 24.50. Wind just easing a little bit, minus 0.7. And just an update from our pole vault competition. The bar is now at 4 metres 40, 4.40.
So on the track now, we have heat 2 of 3 in the Women's Open 200 metres. Top 2 will be automatically through, and the next 2 fastest times will have to wait from there. In lane number 2 from Eureka, Holly Dobbin. In lane number 3 from Deakin, Lily Bays. In lane number 4 from Ringwood, Jessica Payne. In lane number 5 from Collingwood, Chiara Santiglia. In lane number 6 from Frankston, Lucy Romanoff. And in lane number 7 from Geelong Guild, Michaela Michaels. These are all your starters here in heat number 2 of 3 in the Women's Open 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away now, and the best to start was Lily Bays. Not far away was Chiara Santiglia and also Jessica Payne. So as they make their way around this bend, it is now Payne who starts to get moving into the home straight. So Payne now, Santiglia on the outside, and so too will be Bays. But it is all Payne coming down this home straight. Santiglia not far away, neither is Bays, but it is going to be Jessica Payne to take it out there for Ringwood. On the outside, Chiara Santiglia and Lily Bays of Deakin on the internal from there. So the top two automatically will go through, and the next two fastest times will have to wait. And that is it for Heat 2 of 3 in the Women's Open 200 metres.
So a nice close finish. We're going back a few races. It's the men's third of the 4 preliminary heats. You can see it on the scoreboard there. Nice to be able to be our own photo finish judges now. I'd give that one to Hansford, I think. So competition still proceeding in the under-20 javelin, but our sources tell us that Mackenzie Milcharik, with that 52 plus, she's called it a day out in that competition. But the other competitors are still competing very hard for the medals in the under-20 women's javelin throw. And we can see now the combined results coming up for the men's open 200 metres. Hansford and Shen sharing that time, 22:11, but Hansford getting the judges' nod. Drew Rodriguez-Chico, 22:17, so it's going to be an interesting set of semis there for the men's open 200 metres. So third of 3 preliminary heats here for the women's 200 metre opens. In lane 2 from Geelong Guild, Bella Robinson. Lane 3 from Melbourne University, Akshaya Iyer. In 4 from Wendouree, Nyajima Jock. In 5 from Collingwood Harriers, Jessie Andrew. In 6 from Melbourne University, Cassandra Wang Lekatua. In 7 from Geelong Guild, Sarah Ruddle. And in 8 from Melbourne University, Alyssa Neal. So they're our 7 starters in heat 3 of 3, women's open 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So nice start there from Wang Lekatua from Melbourne University. We're seeing Jock starting to wind it up beautifully now. Just to the inside, sorry, the outside of her is Jessie Andrew, is starting to come through. So Jessie Andrew in the Collingwood colours now. She's starting to really take the lead and the ascendancy here. Jock in that next position. Wang Lekatua in the next. But it will be Jessie Andrew who takes it. Going to be close for second. We'll give it to Nyajima Jock though. She'll come through and get that auto qualifier. So Wang Lekatua will have to wait. 24:48. 0.6. So the wind just starting to ease a little bit here. Slight headwind in the home straight with Jessie Andrew. Collingwood Harriers taking out the third and final of our women's open 200 metre heats. So the bar's still at 440 in that under 20 pole vault competition. Slight break now in the track program. Next event will be our men's under 20 200 metre round 1. So it is now a wrap in the Javelin competition for the under-20s. As mentioned, Mackenzie Milcherek, mission accomplished this evening here at Lakeside, getting that World Under-20 qualifier of 50 metre plus. And we will await the presentations for that division. We've just seen a miss at 440 in the pole vault, and we'll keep you updated as the bar goes up. So Jesse Andrew, 24.46. He was the fastest qualifier through to the final. Danielle Shaw also through 24.48. 24.77. Jessica Payne rounding out the top 3. Then Santiglia, Jock, Hubbard, Wang Lekatua and Lily Bays making it through there to the final. The women's open 200 metres. So another update to our 200 metre competitions. The under 17 men's, the semis will be cancelled and they'll be going straight from heats to final. The final will be 6:30 p.m. on Saturday, and that's the men's under 17 200 metres. So let's now move to the next event on the track, which is the under 20 men's 200 metres. There will be 3 preliminary heats here. The top 2 in each heat plus the next 2 best times will proceed through to the final. And our heat runners are all 8 of them in order. In lane 1 from Diamond Valley, it's Hayden Moon. In 2, representing St Kevin's, Matt Dynan. In 3, from Albury Athletics, Alexander Colgan. In lane 4, from Old Melburnians, Matthew Fryer. In 5, from Diamond Valley, Jack Clark. Billy Griffin from Athletics Chowell lines up in lane 6. In lane 7, Jackson Sweet from Sandringham. And in lane 8, from Casey Gdynia, Corey Smurden. So 8 starters, heat 1 of 3. Men's under 20, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So Clark and Fryer both away well. Fryer now working to the inside of Clark, just to the outside there. You've also got Griffin from Chilwell, but it is Matthew Fryer leading them into the home straight. On the inside there, Colgan from Albury Athletics going nicely as well. Top 2 to go through the final. Fryer's got one of those spots and Clark's going to come through. He'll claim this second auto. Big finish there from the Chilwell runner there in a Griffin. I think he'll take 3rd, leaving Colgan to wait on times as well. And he's from Albury Athletics. So 22.05 plus 1.9. So the wind is going all over the place this evening here at Lakeside Stadium. first of our victory ceremonies and the medal presentation for this afternoon and this evening at Lakeside Stadium. It is for the under-20 women's javelin throw. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 31.52, representing Yarra Rangers, Hayley Wilkins. In second position, receiving the silver medal with a best distance of 33.13 metres, representing Glen Huntly, Gemma Craddock. And let's congratulate our gold medalist and the Victorian champion with a world under-20 qualifying distance of 52.96 metres, representing Corio, Mackenzie Milcharik. So congratulations, Hayley, Gemma and Mackenzie, the medalists in the women's under-20 javelin throw.
So on the track now, we have heat 2 of 3 in our men's under 20 200 metres. The top 2 are automatic, and the next 2 fastest times spread across all heats will be joining them in that final. In lane number 1, representing Diamond Valley, William Giddens. In lane number 2, from Mentone, Olumide Araba. In lane number 3, from St Kevin's, Michael Dinnan. In lane number 4, from Athletics Essendon, Ryan Tarrant. In lane number 5, from Doncaster, Thomas Reynolds. In lane number 6, from Mentone, Thomas Byrne. In lane number 7, from Athletics Essendon, Zachary Hijazi. And in lane number 8, from Maccabee Athletics Club, Adam Benson. These are all 8 starters here in heat number 2 of 3 in the men's under 20 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So we're away here in heat number 2, and it is Tarrant from Essendon who gets the best start. Reynolds not far behind, and neither is Byrne. So they're about to make their way around the bend now. It's Byrne on the outside. On the internal of him will be Thomas Reynolds, and Ryan Tarrant now going to try and move through the field. One more inside of there is Araba, as we start to now see Ryan Tarrant get on the shoulders of Thomas Byrne. And these will be your 2 automatic qualifiers. On the internal of them was Thomas Reynolds, and so too Araba of Mentone. But there will be 2 automatically through in heat number 2 of 3 in your men's under 20 200 metres.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the under-16 Women's Long Jump Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 5.21 metres, representing Geelong Guild, Isabella Tarr. In the silver medal position, representing the Albury Athletics Club with a best of 5.46 metres, Michaela Talbot. And our new Victorian champion, the gold medalist, with a best of 5.61 metres, representing Mornings Peninsula, Gina Davey. So congratulations to Isabella, Michaela, Gina, and all competitors in the women's under-16 long jump championship. Let's introduce our field now. Heat 3 of 3, men's under 20, 200 metres. There are 8 starters. In lane 1 from Box Hill, it is Tristan Kalkbrenner. In 2 from Ivanhoe Harriers, Perrin Theocarides. In 3 from Athletics Essendon, Brody Hicks. Lane 4 from Ballarat Harriers, Cooper Sherman. In 5 from Box Hill, Lachlan Falconer Bogue. In lane 6 from Dandenong Springvale, Craig Conchesso. In 7 from the Ivanhoe Harriers, Finn Knight. And in 8, from Ringwood, Harvey Chuong. So 8 starters, heat 3 of 3 men's under 20, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So good start there from Falcon of Bogue to the outside of Sherman. Sherman now starting to make his way through. Hicks to the inside of him. So Cooper Sherman, Ballarat Harriers leading the way into the home straight. Top 2 to go through automatically. A lot of fight on, and it looks like it might be Concesso who might be working into that with Hicks. Hicks currently in the 2nd position. Sherman easy as is, and Hicks will take it very close then between Falcon of Bogue and also Concesso. But Cooper Sherman, Ballarat Harriers, 21.82, 0.2 headwind. So good conditions out there now for these 200s. With Sherman making his way through to that final. Over in the pole vault, the bar now sits at 4 metres 70. So the scoreboard end of the track, we've got another Javelin competition starting to warm up, so we will introduce those while we've got the opportunity here. The under-14 competition, 7's on the start list here. Jack Berry, Geelong Guild, Zach Sanderson from Williamstown, Kai Norton, South Bendigo, Brandon Svetnovsky of Aquilos and Vernards, Jack Abrazizi from Shepparton, Jasper Seymour from South Bendigo, and William Hughes from Mornington. In the under-15s, we've got 10 starters: Jake Frost, Nunawading, Tobias Servan, Chilwell, Jonathan Neefling from Athletics Essendon, Johannes Fokchom from Athletics Nunawading, Francis Panikal from Wyndham, Liam Piccolo, Casey Cadinia, Maddox Wilson, Athletics Essendon, Oliver Conrad, Sandringham, Heath Fox, Ringwood, and Cooper Acklom from Glen Huntly. While in the under-16 competition, 3 starters: Asher Andrews from Diamond Valley, Jakaya Honour from Glen Huntly, and Aidan Schreck from Shepparton. So that's the combined javelin throw under 14, 15, 16 men.
So the bar in the pole vault currently at 4 metres 73. Athletes remaining to try and clear this height. On the track now, we do have our men's under 18, 200 metres. Top 3 in every heat is going to get through automatically in the next 4 fastest times, spread across that. In lane number 2, representing Diamond Valley, Saxon Hawkins. In lane number 3, from Frankston, Paddy Colgan. In lane number 4, from Western A's, Xander Byrne. In lane number 5, from Wellington, Finn Staple. In lane number 6, from Sandringham, Tom O'Rourke. And in lane number 7, representing Box Hill, Lucas Knight. These are all your starters here in heat number 1 of 4 in the men's under 18, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
So it was Xander Byrne with an absolute flyer through the middle of the track, and on the outside of him is Finn Staple of Wellington as they make their way around. Pushing to the front is also Tom O'Rourke of that Sandringham club. So O'Rourke enters it first. On the internal of him is Staple. Byrne now starts to make his way through the field, so it is going to be Xander Byrne who stretches away just a little bit here, and he's going to take that out. Finn Staple for second, Tom O'Rourke for third. And those will be your three automatic qualifiers through to the next round here in heat number 1 of 4 in the men's under 18 200 metres.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the under 15 women's long jump. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 5.21 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Jamison Towers. Silver medalist with a best of 5.25 metres from the Frankston Athletic Club, it is Molly Colgan. And our new Victorian champion, the gold medalist with a best of 5.34 metres, representing Sandringham, it is Amy Fitzgerald. So congratulations, Jamison, Molly, Amy, and all competitors in the women's under 15 long jump championship. Heat 2 of 4, men's under 18, 200 metres. We have 7 starters. In lane 2 from Casey Cardinia, William Merrick. In 3, representing Keilor St Bernard's, Sajidane Haider. In 4, from Athletics Nunawading, Flynn Cocking. In 5, from Geelong Guild, Patrick Poulter. Lane 6, from Glen Huntly, Lachlan Mariner. In 7, from Box Hill, it is Gavash Pillay. And in lane 8, from Casey Cardinia, Brayson Bulgona. So 7 starters, Heat 2 of 4, men's under 18, 200.
On your marks. Set.
So Poulter away very nicely. Mariner trying to go with him. Pillay from Box Hill also off to a good start. So as they come into the home straight now, Pillay and Poulter, but you've got Mariner there starting to work nicely as well. To the inside though, let's not forget the Athletics Nunawading runner there in Cocking. So he'll take one of these auto spots. Top 3 to go to Poulter, Cocking, also Mariner. They'll go through Pillay and also Haider. They'll be waiting on times. That's heat 2 of 4, men's under 18, 200. Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the under-17 women's discus throw. Our bronze medalist with a best of 32.48, representing Diamond Valley, Kira Sanchez. The silver medalist with a best of 34.79, representing Box Hill, it is Mariah Pizos. And our gold medalist, the Victorian champion with a best of 42.64, representing the Albury Athletic Club, it is Xylovine Beale. So congratulations to all the competitors in the Women's Under-17 Discus Championship of Victoria.
So on the track now, we do have heat 3 of 4 in the men's under 18 200 metres. The top 3 automatically through from this heat. In lane number 2, representing KC Cardinia, Nicholas Smurden. In lane number 3, representing Keel Lawson Bernards, Razak Baba. In lane number 4, from Diamond Valley, Charles Lowrens. In lane number 5, from Doncaster, Matthew Parrott. In lane number 6, from Western Athletics, Franklin Niwa Jarfoy. In lane number 7 from Glen Huntley, Jordan Drescher. And in lane number 8, representing Western Athletics, Jacob Baker Mayer. These are all your starters here in heat number 3 of 4 in the men's under 18 200 metres.
On your marks. Sit.
So we're away here in heat number 3, and the best start was going to be from Matthew Parrott, Niwa Jarfoy, not too far away. So as they make their way into this home straight, it is Niwa Jarfoy just on the outside of Parrott as they start to move through. Internal of them is Charles Lowrens, but it is all Franklin Niwa Jarfoy as he's going to come down and be challenged slightly at the end of this. It will be Niwa Jarfoy, maybe Parrott on the inside with a cheeky little grin, said couldn't let you have that one, and Drescher on the outside will get the 3rd spot in heat number 3 of 4 in the men's under 18 200 metres.
Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the under-18 women's discus throw. In 3rd place with a best of 30.80 from Yarra Rangers, it is Ashley Rook. Our silver medalist with a best of 31.38, representing Geelong Guild, Emily Parfitt. And the Victorian champion, our gold medalist, with a best of 39.84, representing Athletics, Nunawading, Elise Keegan. So congratulations to Ashley, Emily and Elise and all the competitors in the women's under-18 discus throw. Six starters facing the blocks here in the 4th of 4 preliminary heats of the men's under 18 200 metres. In lane 3 from Athletics Nunawading, Kai Nielsen. In 4 from Eaglehawk, Cameron Smith. In 5 from Box Hill, Connor McDonald. In 6 from St Kevin's, James Kerr. In lane 7 from Box Hill, Sebastian Beck. And in lane 8 from Diamond Valley, Elias Somanovsky. So 6 starters, 4 of 4 men's under 18 200s.
On your marks. Set.
So nice start on the outside there, and that is Beck from Box Hill. Now they're starting to wind up, so Kerr going nicely. To the inside of him it is McDonald, but Kerr looking good as they come into the home straight. So it is Kerr from St Kevin's, top three to go through, and he's just looking around, starting to ease off, and you'll see that McDonald's coming at him. McDonald or Kerr will take that little cheeky grins once again. To the outside it was Beck. He'll claim that auto qualifying with Nielsen and also Smith having to wait for the times to come through. 22.91, 0.4 headwind there, and that's the conclusion of the heats of the men's under 18 200 metres. So Cram on the runway in the pole vault. We'll get an update on the height shortly, but Wilson Cram already got a World Junior qualifier with 5'10", 5'05" is that mark. So Cram over 480, second attempt. Two competitors remaining under 20 men's pole vault, but Cram over at 480.
So on the screen you can see from our previous 200, Franklin, Niwa, Jarfoy and Parrott having a look at each other and also getting it right down to the wire there. So fantastic that we do have access to these sorts of photos, and yeah, I think we're going to have to give the nod on the inside there. So great to have those photos. And on the track now we do have heat number 1 of 3 in the men's under 17, 200 metres. Top 2 automatically through, and then the next 2 fastest times will move from there. In lane number 2 from Diamond Valley, Zachariah Margiolakis. In lane number 3 from Western Athletics, Pascal Bassioni. In lane number 4, also from Western Athletics, Chilo Idris. In lane number 5 from Wyndham, Alexandra Hanu. In lane number 6 from Wingwood, Bruce Dusmus. And in lane number 7 from St Kevin's, Tom Templeton. These are all starters here in heat number 1 of 3 in the men's under 17, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
so we're away cleanly here. Idris with a great start. Hanu not far away. Neither was Discus as they make their way around this bend and enter the straight. It's going to be interesting to see who gets there first. Possibly it will be Hanu. Just on the outside of him is Bruce Discus as he starts to go through the motions now. So it is Discus leading it out. Not far away is Hanu. Idris still pushing, but it will be these two who make it through, and the leader is going to be Alexandra Hanu. Bruce Discus not far away. Chilo Idris will have to wait on times. And that is heat number 1 of 3 in the men's under 17, 200 metres. So on the board now we do see our under 18 men's 200 metres as your 8 fastest qualifiers through the heats of that event. They'll make their way through to the second round tomorrow. And on the track and underway shortly will be heat number 2 of 3 in our men's under 17 200 metres.
So if the 200 is still proceeding, let's introduce our next field in the, field events, which is our combined ambulant shot put. So in the women, we've got Chelsea Haag-Wiverden. She's an F20, and that's in the women's open ambulant. Also in the open ambulant, Ella Hose from Ringwood, and she's in the F38s, and Caitlin Sharp from Eureka, an F20 as well. So there are three competitors in the women's open ambulant shot. In the men's open ambulance shot, we've got 5 starters. Liam Richardson from Bendigo Harriers, an F35. Russell Short, multi-Paralympian from Glen Huntly in the F12s. Marty Jackson from Chilwell, the F38. Also Mark Crees, Casey Cadinia in the F35s, and the F37s from Old Zavarians, Nelson Gray. So they're the starters in our combined open men's and women's ambulance shot put. So in the pole vault competition, James Woods remaining. The bar is going to be set at 5:05, which is the World Under 20 qualifier. So James Woods still remaining in the pole vault, 5:05. The bar will be set.
On the track now is our under 17 men's 200 metres heat 2 of 3. Our top 2 automatically through in the next 2 fastest times. Spread across all the heats. Will be joining them in lane number 2 from Sandringham, Benjamin Sears. In lane number 3, representing Athletics Nunawading, it is Jordan Gilbert. In lane number 4 from Casey Cardinia, Jeremy Kariuki. In lane number 5 from Geelong Guild, Massimo Patano. In lane number 6 from Ballarat YCW, Fraser Stott. And in lane number 7 from Old Scotch, Zach Brownjohn. These are all competitors here in heat 2 of 3 in the men's under 17, 200 metres.
On your marks. Set.
And so we're away cleanly, and the best to do it was Jeremy Kariuki. Just on the internal of him is Jordan Gilbert and Massimo Patano now going through the motions as they enter this home straight. It is Jeremy Kariuki in the baby blue who steams his way down the home straight. On the inside is Jordan Gilbert. He's going to put up a fight, but it is Jeremy Kariuki. He will take out heat 2 of 3. That second place will belong to Jordan Gilbert. And on the outside was Massimo Patano. So the top 2 automatically through, and the other 2 will wait on times, and that is heat number 2 of 3 in the men's under 17, 200 metres.
Just repeating, bar at 5:05 in the under 20 pole vault. James Woods just doing some pole selection at the moment. He'll be on the runway shortly. So the third of three preliminary heats, men's under 17, 200 metres. We have 6 starters. In lane 2 from Corio, Benjamin Day. In 3 from Athletics Essendon, Marco Spagnuolo. In 4 from Keolis St Bernard's, Max Busuttil. In 5 from Casey Cadinia, Ferdinand Yermias. In 6 from Glen Huntley, William Wong. And in 7 from Coburg Harriers, Jonathan Kaklamanis. So 6 starters, heat 3 of 3, men's under 17, 200.
On your marks. Set.
So we'll just wait for the starters to bring them back there. In the meantime, what we will do is introduce our field in the women's open long jump competition. We do have 14 starters. This will be the 86th time we've held this event. Carino Minko won it last year, 6:04. The most wins, Pam Kilbourne with 10, representing University High School. Championship record 670 by the great Nicole Bogman, set in 1995, representing New South Wales, and the state Victorian Championship record. Brooke Stratton 666 in 2016. Our starters are Mia Skerry from Sandringham, Brittany Burkett, Frankston, Zara Kecker, Essendon, Montana Jatsenko, also from Athletics Essendon, Melissa Foster from Athletics Essendon, Carino Minko, defending champion in Collingwood, Natalie Williams, Athletics Essendon, Caitlin Sharp, Eureka, Olivia Iacono, Old Severians, Chloe Grenard from Preston, Eleanor Cooney Hunt, Collingwood Harriers, Aris Patsouris, Preston, Ashley Van Royen, Frankston, and Zoe Cunningham from Mentone. All set for the restart of the men's third heat of the under 17 200.
Set.
So away cleanly now, so Yermias, but outside I think it's William Wong off to the best of the starts, but Max Busuttil now working his way into this. Top 2 to go through here in this under 17 competition. Busuttil, also Yermias now starting to work. Spagnuolo onto the inside, also trying to factor into that top 2, but Busuttil will take one of those spots. Yermias finished nicely. He'll get the auto qualifier. William Wong will have to wait, so too Marco Spagnuolo. 23.35, minus 1.1 there. The third of our under 17 men's 200s.
I'll grab that.
So Woods on the runway again. 5:05 the height.
Yeah, no, it's fine, mate. Yeah, it was actually Glenn Huntley. He unsteady. It didn't matter, it was the other lane.
Close there for Woods. Red flag up, bar down, 5:05. So one attempt remaining in the pole vault. James Woods, the height 5:05, world under 20 qualifying standard.
No, they moved it back. Yeah, they moved it back.
I think it's about time they fix that wheel on those there.
It's got a really nice race camber on
Lead
it.
off, Tony.
Nice race camber.
off.
So Chelsea Hargreaves, next one in the ring for the ambulant women's shot put. So next one up, Ella Hose, also from the Ringwood Athletic Club in the ring. Open ambulance shot put. So white flag up there for Hose. Now we wait Caitlin Sharp from Eureka. Stepping into the ring now, one of the icon of Australian athletics. It is Russell Short, representing Glenn Huntley, multiple Paralympic medalist. And Russell shaping up for another competition here at Lakeside Stadium. So nice one there from Marty Jackson. Getting out just around that 14-metre mark. He'll be relatively happy with that. Third and final attempt there, unfortunately, for Woods, just not quitting through, crossing the line. So red flag up. And that's the competition over there in the men's under 20 pole vault. So competition currently underway also in the men's under 20 long jump competition. The competitors over there are Lachlan Parrott from Doncaster, Corey Smurden from Casey Gdynia, Liam Glue, Athletics Essendon, Alistair Tollington from Collingwood Harriers, Blake Shaw from Frankston, Joshua Young, Athletics Nunawading. Also Sam Cantwell from St Kevin's, Ethan Talbot from Albury Athletics, D'Artagnan Reed Brockman from Athletics Chilwell, Jeffrey Brown from, Braun from Casey Gdynia, and Jackson Sweet from Sandringham. So they're the competitors in the men's under 20 long jump, which is underway at the moment.
I know. Don't remind me, all right? I want a trolley for them.
So I'll provide some updates in the Women's Open Long as it proceeds. So far, best jump of the comp. Early days yet, though. 5.74, Mia Skerry leading the way from Sandringham. And partway through round one of the men's under 20 long jump, Blake Shaw, 7.12, is leading the way. So let's now introduce the field for our next track event, which is the first of two preliminary heats for the women's under 14 800 metres. There will be 5 starters in heat number 1. Top 3 in each heat will go through, plus the 2 next best times. So in heat 1 we have in station 1 from Ivanhoe Harriers, Kate Bukasvan. In 2 from Doncaster, Annika Salvaratnam. In 3 from South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle. In 4 from Yarra Rangers, Zoe Clark. And in 5 from Glen Huntly, Serena Bryant. So 5 starters, heat 1 of 2. Women's under 14 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we'll watch for Tickle in the inner lanes, but Salvaratnam from Doncaster deciding she's going to take it up to Chelsea very, very early here. To the outside of them, it's Zoe Clark. Further outside, it will be Bryant, then Book of Zan from Ivanhoe on the inner lanes. So Mitch, they're settling down beautifully down the back straight. Salvaratnam leading.
Yeah, they make their way into the rail. This is certainly one of the parts of the race that can be a little bit of carnage, but they have negotiated that beautifully. So as you mentioned, it is Salvaratnam who is going to lead out Chelsea Tickle. Creeping up. On the outside there is going to be Serena Bryant in the baby blue colours of Glen Huntly. So through the first 200 metres, Tim, they're nicely bunched here. As we mentioned, the top 3 are automatically through, so they'll certainly have that in mind as they make their way down to this home straight for the second last time.
Yeah, I think Tickle's showing a little bit more experience here, just deciding to sit off the pace a little bit, going wide, but I think Chelsea can well and truly handle that pace. Salvaratnam's doing a good job leading them through, but what has happened is Book of Sand's been given that opportunity to latch back on. The pace went off, and then we see the young girl from the Ivanhoe Harriers deciding, well, I want to be part of the action. So coming through to get the bell, Salvaratnam leading. We'll get a good fix on times here as they go through. So it's about the 75-second mark, about 2:30 pace.
Well, I reckon one to watch out for as well on the inside there, Zoe Clark. So she is the second fastest in this heat. She's had the benefit of just sitting on the rail and sitting right behind Salvaratnam the entirety of this heat. So these girls are going to ramp it up a little bit, as you mentioned. Bukos Van now just sort of dropping off the back a little bit, but she did peg it back earlier. But they might ramp it up now as we start to see the wheels turn on the back straight. Salvaratnam's done a lot of the work on the inside there and now starting to creep out. Who I mentioned is going to be Serena Bryant. Clark just to the back. And as you mentioned, the class of Tickle, she's bided her time really well on the outside, and pushing through that inside now is Zoe Clark of the Yarra Rangers.
Now, top 3 to go through automatically in the next 2 best times, and we're seeing some good work from these young ladies. Great move there by Clark on the inside. I'm surprised Salvaratnam let her through, but they're going side by side at the moment. Tickle just drifting back into the pocket there. Bryant's got a little bit of work to do, but we've seen some good stuff from Serena Bryant this season, and let's see what she can deliver in the last 100, Mitch.
Yeah, so Zoe Clark got the absolute sit of the race as she now starts to move away from Salvaratnam, so she'll be going for that second automatic qualifier, and on the outside is Tickle, and she, as you mentioned, just bided her time beautifully, but it is Zoe Clark who ran the absolute ducks nuts of the race there, 2:30, you would call, to win heat number 1. Just behind her there was Salvaratnam, and on the outside was Chelsea Tickle. And we will now have to wait for Serena Bryant on time as we now see Bukovsvan come through for Ivanhoe, and that will be heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 14 800 metres.
It was said it's been done. It's history. Thank you. So we now move to the second of our under 14 heats. We have 6 starters. Station 1 from Collingwood Harriers, it is Nikki Tsemsidis. In 2 from Doncaster, Charlotte Senior. In 3 from Wellington, Cassie Farley. In 4, representing Wellington as well, it's Grace Grafsma. In 5 from Mentone, Tilly Williams. And in 6 from St Kevin's, Saskia Klotz. So 6 starters in our second heat of the women's under 14 800 metres.
On your marks. stand up. On your marks.
So nice even start to this one. Not a lot of happening across the stagger. If anything, I'd say it might be Farley from Wellington who's decided she wants to take a little bit of a lead. So top 3 to go through, 6 in this race compared to 5 in the previous. And we're now seeing Semsidis from Collingwood starting to work her way through, but now Grasma, and also I think that might be Williams, might have gone to the outside.
Yeah, Tilly Williams sort of flew from the clouds there just to make her way around to the front of this field. They're certainly going out with a bit of pace. Let's call it 33 seconds on the clock through the first 200 metres. So Tilly Williams is not messing around. She certainly wants to drag this crew through and try and see how many faster qualifiers she can get. Behind her is going to be Cassie Farley. Grafsman not too far away. They're spread out just a little bit here, Tim, so they're giving themselves plenty of room as they come down this home straight.
Now, in the 15s, Williams was told stay out of trouble, and she did that by going very wide. This time she's running the rails and she's leading the race. So I think Coach Williams is telling daughter Williams, just change things up a bit in this race, and Tilly's doing just that, leading them through. We saw them through 75 in the first heat. We're going through in 70. So, Mitch, this is set up to a beautiful race.
Yeah, absolutely. And you would be absolutely grateful if you are one of these athletes who can't quite get through automatically. You want this to be as fast as it possibly can be. And Tilly Williams is doing the job of that at the front now. Starting to move through, I believe. That's Cassie Farley. And not too far away is Grace Grafsma. So the Wellington athletes in the middle of that sandwich is still Tilly Williams. So she's gone out fast. She just needs to hold on for one of these top 3 automatic qualifying spots, because the fast mover behind them is Charlotte Senior, as she's just trying to latch onto the back of these top 3. But with 200 metres to go, these 3 are starting to move a little bit clear, Tim.
Yeah, so good move there by Williams, just sitting in on the rails still, but it is the young lady from Wellington, Farley, who's just dictating pace. Grasma just creeping closer and closer, and now the big question is, what can Charlotte Senior do in the Doncaster uniform? She's got a bit of work to do and get into the top 3, but as we said, pace was so quick on lap 1, she's just got to hold form.
Yeah, so long as she can hold it together, she will certainly probably make her way through to that final. She's just off the back of these 2, and it's going to be a Wellington 1-2 punch. It's Cassie Farley who's going to take it out here in heat number 2 of 2. Grace Grafsma coming through now for second place, but really, really well run. 2:23 on the clock, so that's fast. Grafsma now. Tilly Williams did such great work as Charlotte Senior now comes down to the clock. So she'll be really grateful for that fast pace, as we mentioned, Tim. Now coming through is Nikki Samidis, and so too now Saskia Klotz of St. Kevin. So a really fast second heat there. We will wait and see who makes it through to the final, heat number 2 of 2 in the women's under 14, 800 metres.
Let's turn our attention back to the infield. It is the presentation for the men's under-20 pole vault competition. With a best clearance of 4 metres 60 in the bronze medal position, representing Box Hill, it is Andre DeMedio. Best clearance of 4.70 and earning the silver medal from Keolis and Bernard's Wilson Cram. But our Victorian champion and gold medalist with a best clearance of 4.80 metres from Keolis and Bernard's James Woods. So congratulations to all competitors in the men's under-20 pole vault championship of Victoria. So you can see the under 14 consolidated results there for the women's 800 metres. So Cassie Farley, Zoe Clark, Grace Grassmer, the three quickest through. And you see down Serena Bryant making it through to that final with a 2:33. So let's move now to the first of two preliminary heats for the men's under 14 800 metres. There are 5 starters. In Station 1, representing Ringwood, it is Charlie Orpwood. Station 2 from Sandringham, Freddie Barrett Judd. In 3 from Athletics Nunawading, Oscar Wright. In 4 from Sandringham, Maximilian Reeve. And in 5 from Yarra Rangers, Mitchell Poynton. So 5 starters in the first of our 2 heats for the men's under 14 800. Top 3 in each heat, plus the 2 next best times to proceed through.
On your marks.
So we're underway here in Heat 1 of 2 in the men's under 14 800 metres, and one of the faster starters is going to be Oscar Wright of Athletics Nunawading. So he's going to try and get to that rail first. On the inside of him is Freddie Barrett Judd of Sandringham. And not too far behind is Maximilian Reeve. So the 2 teammates are going to sit right behind Oscar Wright there of Athletics Nunawading. On the shoulder of him is going to be Poynton. And just behind them there, tucked beautifully in on the rail, is Orpwood. But Tim, they are nicely bunched here through the first 200 metres, not spotting each other any room whatsoever.
Yeah, interesting strategy though, because top 3 will go through. I know there's not a lot in this event and only one will drop, but you'd want to get a little bit of pace in if you're in the first heat, Mitch, because the second heat know exactly then what to do.
Yeah, well, we saw that in the last race, didn't we? That second heat got off to an absolute flyer and managed to drag some people into it, and that's the most important thing you can do. So these men in heat number 1 now, and might just be hearing a little bit, because as we start to see Freddie Barrett Judd, that is Maximilian Reeve right behind Oscar Wright there. Barrett Judd just behind him too, and not far away at all is Poynton. So they're going to start to move here. They hear the bell. That usually means it's time to get the wheels turning. On the inside there is going to be Oscar Wright. Maximilian Reeve right on the shoulder, and tucked in beautifully is Freddie Barrett Judd as they start to move through with 300 metres to go now, Tim, and these 3 are starting to steer well clear.
Yeah, top 3 looking fairly settled, so a bit of work now to do by Poynton if he wants to join the party up front, but it is starting to stretch out, and probably as expected, Oscar Wright, probably the form runner, definitely looking at the seed times, and he's just had a nice little canter in this 800, just getting a good stride out down the back straight, probably what he needs going into that final. Nice little hit out on the Friday night, and Oscar Wright just looking a little bit, a bit of a class ahead here, and going by seed times, that's exactly the way it should play out.
Yeah, you certainly want to get your wheels moving in the heats, I reckon. You want to make sure your body feels fresh and feels good, and the best body out there right now is Oscar Wright of Athletics Nunawading. So he's turned what was a 5-metre lead now into a 20-metre one coming down this home straight. As we mentioned, it is the fastest seed time here, so Oscar Wright is going to take out heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 14 800 metres. Comes down to the line in just a touch over 2:20 as the 2 teammates now, Maximilian Reeve, he's going to get pipped at the line by Freddie Barrett Judd. Those are your 3 automatic qualifiers, as we now see Mitchell Poynton come down, and he will be waiting on time, and so too will Charlie Orpwood in heat number 1 of 2. And we have a finalised result there now. So well done to all competitors there in heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 14 800 metres.
So unofficial times for 4th and 5th there, 2:30 and 2:39. So that's what the heat number 2 will be looking at to try and get through to the final of the men's under 14 800. So results up from the first of our under 14 men's 800, and you can see Oscar Wright at 220. The interesting ones at 4, 229 for Poynton, and Orpwood 239.
No, he was over at
So let's introduce the field of second of the two preliminary heats for the men's under 14 800. 4 starters: William Hughes from Morning Peninsula in 1, Zach Malik, Athletics Nunawading in 2, Thomas Lynette from Ringwood in 3, and Eddie Fransky from Albury is in 4.
on your marks.
So we were having a chat up here in the box how they should approach this one, and probably just a little conversation, boys. We just need to do a 75 and then go for it. But it looks like they're going for it from the start. So good to see some excitement in this under 14 competition as we see Malik out there nice and early. Also alongside him it is Lynette from Ringwood. So Fransky now trying to latch back on again, and good move there from William Hughes in that first 200 just to get a little bit of momentum going and trying to latch on to Fransky, and not just latch on but go straight past him to go into an auto qualifier position. So top 3 to go through. As we said, 2:30 is currently the time that proceeds through on fastest times. So our young men Hughes and also Fransky have to be aware of that.
So Thomas Lynette now is going to come down and hear the sweet sound of the bell. Let's have a look at the clock. It is 67-68, so tucked in beautifully behind him there is Malik. So we see our next two competitors in Hughes and Fransky make their way through. So they were about 73, so they're under that time at the moment through 400 metres, but Fransky being pushed wide out inside lane 2. But at the front of the field is Thomas Lynette and Zach Malik, really just going through the motions on that back straight. Again, the top 3 are going to be automatic, and then the next one's going to be on time. They're just under it as we make our way with 300 metres to go, and booming on the outside there is going to be Zach Malik. So as they make their way to the 200 metres, Tim, these two at the front looking quite comfortable.
Yeah, so they went through very quick on that first lap. So Malik now just asserting himself out front as Oscar Wright did in that first heat. Probably just needs to leave a little bit of gas in the tanks for tomorrow's final, but Malik looking very, very strong. Lynette still going along nicely, and gee, that's a good battle. It hasn't really changed at all, Mitch, as we see Hughes and Fransky just duking it out down the home straight.
Well, I think they're physically duking it out. I think I've seen some hands thrown as they make their way into this home straight, but at the front of the race, and looking at the clock, it's going to be quite fast, is going to be Zach Malik as he comes down to take out heat number 2, just faster than the first heat, as we now see Thomas Lynette, and it is going to be Eddie Fransky who gets that 3rd automatic spot. And William Hughes is going to come down for 4th. So I believe that will be within the time of that 2:30 that was needed. So he will make it through to tomorrow. And as we said, only one will unfortunately drop out from these heats of the men's under 14 800 metres.
So just update from the end of round 2 of the women's open long jump. Very, very close competition over there. Brittany Burkett leads the way, 5.76. Only 1 centimetre behind is Mia Skerry on 5.75, and 3 centimetres adrift is Chloe Grenard on 5.72. So very enthralling comp over there, the women's open long jump. So our qualifiers there from the men's under 14 now on the board. So you can see Hughes and also Poynton are the ones who make it through on fastest times. Now let's turn our attention back to the track, and it is the first of two preliminary heats. So the women's under 15, 800 metres, 5 starters. Lucy Kearney from Doncaster is in 1. Mia Kaleja from Wellington in 2. In 3, Anna Tobin from Western Athletics. Lane 4 from Ringwood is Erin Mariner. And in 5 from Athletics Essendon, Sasha Jerson. So there are starters in the first of our 2 preliminary heats. Top 3 in each heat, plus the 2 next best times proceed through to tomorrow's final.
On your marks.
So we're underway now in heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 15, 800 metres. Anna Tobin in the middle with the fastest time in those Western A silks. And she might just be beaten out by our competitor from Wellington on the internal of her. So as they make their way through the first 100 metres, and it is off to an absolute flyer here in the women's under 15, 800. Anna Tobin going to settle for second there. In front of her is Kalia of Wellington. So she's certainly going to try and get the wheels spinning on the back straight. As I mentioned, Tobin just 1 out, 1 back from her. And as we start to see them make their way through the first 200, there is not a lot of room between any of these competitors, Tim, so they're all going to tuck in and try and be in the best position possible for that top 3 automatic spot.
Yeah, Claire's doing a very good job of just driving this. Tobin's in a perfect position, though, just in the spot to cover every move. So it is some good racing here, and these girls are setting up a relatively fast time to try and get through as many of them through to that final.
Yeah, I think that's Mariner on the outside as well, so she's not going to want to spot any of these front 2 competitors much room, because we do know there are some serious wheels, particularly on the wheels of Anna Tobin. So as they make their way through the first 400, it's certainly right on. It's going to be about a 72. And these top 3 now are going to try and stretch away a little bit from Lucy Kearney. It is a fast pace, keep in mind, so there will be 2 fastest times to make it through to this final. But at the head of the field, it is going to be Kalia. On the outside of her is Mariner, and Anna Tobin just tucked in really nicely in the 3rd place position. So she's going to try and get on the shoulder. It's Kalia now who's just feeling the pinch from Mariner, or Anna Tobin not far away. Lucy Kearney going to try and peg this back along the back straight, Tim.
So the top 3 now out by about 15 metres, so they're in a good position to auto-qualify through. The Kearney now and also Jerson, they've just got to push through this last 200 and try and establish those fast times to make it hard for heat number 2 to try and catch them. But out front, it's just a bit of cat and mouse now as we see Anna Tobin really deciding not to do too much. Erin Mariner taking the lead, Mitch, and will lead them into the home straight.
Yeah, well, Mariner made the move on the outside, and she's putting the foot down with authority. So she says, keep an eye out for me in this final, as she stretches what was 2 metres now into 12. So Mariner's certainly going to let them know that she is ready to rumble when the final comes along, because she will automatically qualify and also take out the win in heat number 1 of 2 for this women's under 15 800. It's going to be Kalia in second. Anna Tobin does what she has to do in 3rd position there, and here comes Lucy Kearney of Doncaster now. So these times are going to be all important. Jerson now also comes through, and that was a 2:37 for Jerson, so we will keep that in mind. And that is heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 15 800. And if you are walking around the track and your name is Andrew Duncan, can you please make your way to the presentation area? That is an Andrew Duncan. If you can make your way to the presentation area, that would be fantastic.
So let's go heat 2 of 2, women's under 15, 800 metres. Top 3 to go through, next 2 best times, and those times look around 2:34 and 2:37. So in station 1 from Athletics Essendon, it is Rosa Barbanti. In 2 from Sandringham, it is Sienna Rowe. Representing Eureka in station 3, it is Lucy Jones. In 4 from Doncaster, Lily Purcell. In 5 from Athletics Essendon, Jamie Lee Cobain. And in 6 from Doncaster, Gabrielle King. So they're the 6 starters, heat 2 of 2, women's under 15, 800.
On your marks.
So we're underway here. Heat 2 of 2 in the women's under 15, 800 metres. Obviously, the top 3 will be automatic in the next 2 fastest times as they make their way around the bend. And it is Lucy Jones of Eureka who's going to try and get to the front and push the pace a little bit. So she'll try and bring some of these girls through to that final if she can absolutely make her way through there tomorrow. She's the fastest time in this field right now as we now start to see one of our other competitors. I believe that may be Cobain of Athletics Essendon, potentially right on her heels. So this is a little bit more stretched out than we saw in the first heat. The top 4 certainly trying to gap each other a little bit and spot some room. But at the front of the field, it is Lucy Jones of Eureka, getting those wheels turning as she makes her way into the home straight. So Lily Purcell in 3rd place there as well, just tucked in behind Cobain, and it is still Lucy Jones leading it out here. 68 on the clock, so certainly a little bit of pace to this one, Tim.
Yeah, so Purcell's now made that move into the 3rd position, leaving Gabrielle King just gapping a little bit behind, and then Sienna Rowe and also Rosa Barbanti. But Lucy Jones, one of the prides of Eureka at the moment. She's doing some great stuff in that club in the junior ranks through the middle distance, and certainly yet again another one coming out of that position. But Gabrielle King's going to come through nicely to take that 2nd position. Good finish also there from Cobain. So time to introduce the field now.
Underway here in heat 1 of 2 in the men's under 15, 800 metres. It'll be interesting to see who picks up the stagger through the first turn. And it is a Luca Sidoridis looking really comfortable there in the baby blue. So too his counterpart in Ethan Miller, even wider than that. So these two might try and get to the front. Burge is going to do his best to try and keep them out on that rail, and tucked in the sandwich is Ashworth. So let's see who can get out there. I think it is Luca Sidoridis who's going to get there through the first 200 metres, and that's about a 31-second first 200.
Yeah, we saw him run so well last week, Sidoridis, and I'm not surprised that he's doing this. So he'll control pace now, allowing them just to bunch up a little bit, but if you've got the superior speed, then you can do this. So to the outside, though, Ethan Miller is looking quite good as we see the consolidated results of the women's under 15 now on the board with our 8 finalists.
Yeah, so the 2 teammates there from Glen Huntley are going to try and get there. Ashworth now, as he starts to make his way through, looking really strong is Angus Ashworth. He doesn't want to wait around for a kick. He said, let's do it now. So there's about a 67 on the clock, and there's a big group of them right there. Angus Ashworth isn't going to waste any time. Lucas Sidoridis right behind him there, and so too Ethan Miller. As we start to see from Athletics Chilwell, Hugh Nucky just creep up on the shoulder of Miller. So who's going to try and crash the party? Right behind him there is Burge as they make their way up this back straight. It's anybody's race at the moment, Tim.
Yeah, so Ashworth did a really good job just moving forward, but Sidoridis looks oh so comfortable sitting in that 2nd slot. Top 3 to go through, and there are 6 contenders. The Wellington runner there now starting to come through. That's Riley Stewart.
Yeah, so Stewart went from the back and he said, I want to be a part of the party. He's going to get right on the outside of Angus Ashworth there, who's certainly going to the arms, and he wants that top 3 automatic qualifier. So it is Angus Ashworth flying on the outside there, as you mentioned, is going to be our man from Wellington. So he's right on the shoulder. Ashworth just lets Sidoridis on the inside door. Sidoridis now starts to stride away. Ashworth to the arms, and our man from Chilwell and Nucky in that 3rd position. But look at Sidoridis. He takes it out in 2:10. Ashworth behind him there. Nucky not too far away in 3rd. Riley Stewart put up the fight in 4th. And it is going to be Burge there in 5th. So they will have to wait. The top 3 go through automatically. The next 2 best times. And that is heat 1 of 2 in the men's under 15, 800. As we see our final competitors here. And Jack Roberts crash the tape.
So before our next 800, let's just do the medal ceremony and presentations for the men's open ambulance shot put. Our bronze medalist with a percentage of 47.54 and a distance of 8.33 metres, representing Olds of Arians, it's Nelson Gray. The silver medalist with a percent of 79.84 and a distance of 13.59, representing Glen Huntly, it is Russell Short. And our gold medalist and the Victorian champion with a percentage of 89.78, a distance of 14.32 metres from Athletics Chilwell, Marty Jackson. So heat 2 of 2, men's under 15, 800 metres, 8 starters. Hunter Stevens from Mornington Peninsula is in 1. Kane Hickjima from Glen Huntly is in 2. From Athletics Essendon, Jonathan Neathling in 3. Station 4 from Old Scotch, it is Bart Leeton. Ryan Brady from Glen Huntly is in Station 5. Aidan Marasco is in 6 from Doncaster. Alec Fransky from Albury Athletics is in 7. And in 8 from Old Scotch, Hugo Stubbs. So 8 starters, heat 2 of 2, men's under 15, 800, top 3 to go through automatically, next 2 fastest times.
On your marks.
So we see Bart Leeton usually just get out there and try and go as fast as he can. So 2:12.38 and 2:12.01 are the 2 times, Mitch, that these boys who will not auto-qualify should be looking for.
Yeah, the bullet out of the gun, Bart Leeton. He's going to get to that rail first. He was having a little bit of a chat with Brady Ryan on the outside of him before the race, so I'd love to know what the tactics were that were discussed. The man who's going to break up the party is Aidan Marasco of Doncaster. So he gets between them, and one of the tougher competitors in Fransky says, I want to get right on the heels of Bart Leeton. I know how this works. I was in the 1500, and I want to be a part of the action. So it's going to be Fransky who gets right behind Bart Leeton, looking really smooth out in front, and leading that next pack, I believe, is Jonathan Neathling. So he also has one of the faster qualifiers in this second heat here, Tim, and I think it's going to ramp up as they make their way down the home straight.
Yeah, we're seeing the Glen Huntly runners now coming through, and also Marasco from Doncaster, so Hickjima and also Ryan Brady. But out front, Bart Leeton controlled. Fransky looking good, but Neathling just breathing down his neck.
Well, you wouldn't know that Bart Leeton just ran a 62-second first 400, so he's looking incredibly smooth. As you mentioned, the Glen Huntly athletes now are starting to make their way through and go wide on the shoulder of Fransky to try and get themselves in a position to chase down Bart Leeton. So the top 3 are going to be automatic, and the next is on times. As we mentioned, 2:12 is the time to beat to make it through there, and it is all going to be Bart Leeton now leading them out. Fransky still on the inside there and starting to move through Neathling, as we now start to see Brady Ryan just creep up on the shoulder with 200 metres to go.
So watch out for Marasco too. He's sitting at the back of that pack. Can he kick out over that last 200 metres? Bart Leeton's having it all his own way. Neathling now moves into that second position. Ryan's going with him. Hickjima just stuck behind Fransky and doesn't seem to have the go, and Marasco behind them. So top 3 to go through. Bart Leeton's got one of those spots for sure. Neathling's looking solid in second, and Ryan also going well. So 2:12.01, 2:12.38, I think they're the times the boys will be looking for.
Absolutely. So Bart Leeton just going to do what he has to do to make it through to the final and drop a 2:10 in the process. Beautifully timed behind him there is Neathling. So too is going to be Brady Ryan. Fransky there just behind them. So they're going to have to wait on these times now to find out if they make it through. The top 3 automatic and the next 2 were fastest time. So it'll be interesting to see who has made it through to join these boys in the under 15 800 metre final, as all competitors are through in heat 2 of 2 in that under 15 800 metres.
I'm tipping there'll be plenty of thumbs pressing the refresh button on AV Results Hub right now to see the results of that one. It's going to be very, very close. Victory ceremony and medal presentation now for the Open Women's Ambulant Shot Put. Our bronze medalists with a percentage of 41.91 and a distance of 5.91 metres. Representing Ringwood, it is Chelsea Haag-Wiverden. Our silver medalists with a percentage of 58.79 and a distance of 8.29 metres. From Eureka, Caitlin Sharp. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a percentage of 60.00 and a best distance of 9.30 metres. From Ringwood, Ella Hose. So congratulations to Chelsea, Caitlin and Ella, the medalists in the Women's Open Ambulance Shot Put Championship of Victoria. Next race on the track, 10 starters, heat 1 of 2, the women's under 16, 800 metres. In station 1 from Mornington Peninsula, Olivia Ponchard. Sarah Hastings from Mentone is in 2. Her Mentone teammate, Emily Bean, is in station 3. Piper Hartnett from Collingwood Harriers is in station 4. Ali Brooks from Diamond Valley in 5. Station 6, Hannah Rusmere from Box Hill. Lucy Delbridge from Collingwood Harriers in 7. Kyla Swallow from Mornington Peninsula in 8. Station 9, Darcy Knowles from Wellington Athletic Club. And Thea Prattley from Box Hill rounds out the 10-person field. Heat 1 of 2, women's under 16, 800. Top 3 and next 2 best times proceed through to tomorrow's final.
On your marks.
So we're underway here in heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 16, 800 metres. And do not blink because this race will be incredibly competitive as we start to see them fly out of the blocks early. And we will wait and see who does merge across first. As on the board, we see our men's under 18, under 15, 800 metres. This will be your final. These are all the times now compiled together. So these 8 men will take the field tomorrow to compete for a state championship. As we turn our attention back to the track through the first 200 metres, it is gone through in about 32 seconds. So there is no messing about. We think that may be Lucy Delbridge who's going to lead out this field. And as I say that, they just start to creep up on the shoulders. So they're more than happy to just about high-five the commentary box to be able to make their way to the front of it as they make their way down this home straight. It is Lucy Delbridge just tucked in beautifully on the rail. As they're starting to move through now.
I think Rusmere's now just starting to take the lead there. You can see Ali Brooks just sitting in the pocket. I think Swallow just giving Brooks a little bit of a shunt as Brooks comes out of the box there to make her way through. The next one now making the move is the first of our Mentone runners, and that's Emily Bean.
Yeah, so Emily Bean just put herself in a really good spot there on the rail and tucked in behind 2. So that's exactly where you want to be. Don't have to do too much thinking. Just make sure you stay on that elastic band. Rusmere leading them out with 300 metres to go. It's starting to string out as they make their way up onto the back straight. A little bit of push and shove. Now coming back into it is going to be Lucy Delbridge. So she just makes her way up on the shoulder of Emily Bean and goes right on past it. 200 metres to go now. It's starting to take a little bit of shape for these top 3, but certainly not over with yet. So 200 to go. It is Hannah Rusmere leading it out. Right on her shoulder now, Tim. They start to move.
Yeah, so Ali Brooks just sitting on the shoulder there. They've now got a gap of about 10 metres over Delbridge, so they're looking safe in that 1-2 position going through to the final. Delbridge is now really starting to clear away. I think top 3 looking quite certain. A little bit different to our boys' races before, but the race is on. This is an interesting tactic, isn't it? Because there's nothing really to run for. They're both safely through, but Brooks and Rusmere, I think it's a battle for pride here, Mitch.
Oh, absolutely. It's a battle for pride. You want to be able to stand on that finish start line at the final and know that you got the win. I think it's just going to be Hannah Rusmere. But a really good competition with Ali Brooks there. As you mentioned, Lucy Delbridge cleared away as we now see our second Collingwood runner in Hartnett come down the line. Behind her there is going to be Emily Bean. So we're waiting for 2 fastest times through these first 2 heats to join them all in the final. But that is heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 16, 800 metres.
Heat 2 of 2, women's under 16, 800 metres, 10 starters once again. Station 1 from the Ivanhoe Harriers, it is Paige Bukovzan. In 2 from Doncaster, Eliza Chivers. In 3 from Diamond Valley, Jamison Lander. In 4 from Box Hill, Annabelle Smith. In Station 5 from Mornington Peninsula, Declan Tanner. In 6 from Albury Athletics, Hayley Whitshead. In 7 from Coburg Harriers, Poppy O'Loughlin. In 8 from Diamond Valley, Poppy Scott Dalgleish. In 9 from Mentone, Celestine DeBarg Tamai. And in 10 from Eaglehawk, Scarlett Southern. So 10 starters, top 3 of each heat, and the next 2 best times will go through to tomorrow's final. Women's under 16, 800.
On your marks.
So heat number 2 of 2 is underway in the under 16 women's 800 metres. As they make their way around this bend, I believe it may be Declan Tanner who's going to try and get there first. So she's going to try and hit that rail as quickly as possible as they can make their way across now.
So Tanner's got coming in for the fastest seed time, but Whitshead was a bit of a surprise packet last week, Mitch. We didn't know much about her, but she ran so well in the 1500s. So the young Albury girl now asserting herself into that second position and latching onto the back of Decky Tanner.
Yeah, well, Declan Tanner, as you mentioned, is the fastest runner in this field. So if you can get yourself right on the heels, maybe you'll be able to come through for a fast time. The surprise packet can get even more surprising through these 800 metres. And these two are trying to clear away just a little bit from the rest of this field as we'll get a better look at it as they make their way into this home straight. But it is Declan Tanner and Whitshead right behind her there on the heels as they start to bridge this gap back to the front too.
Scarlett Southern taking that next line. I'd be watching out for Annabelle Smith as well. I'm not sure where she's sitting in the field at the moment, but she's certainly one to watch. It is Smith in second position. We've called that wrong. It's Whitshead now moving her way from 4th into 3rd, just going past Southern and making her way up. So it is Tanner, then Smith, Whitshead, Southern.
Yeah, so Tanner looking really good as she comes up the back straight. Wants to lock away one of these 3 fastest times. Annabelle Smith behind her there in Box Hill. So she sat right on the heels the entirety of this race as they start to make their way through now. So I believe that is Whitshead sitting there in 3rd, trying to bridge that gap, and just dropping a little bit further back is Southern. 200 metres to go now. It is Declan Tanner. Whitshead done a really good job to just get right behind Annabelle Smith of Box Hill there with 150 metres to go. So the top 3 looking really comfortable. These may be your automatic qualifiers through to the final tomorrow, and we'll wait on times for the others. But these 3, much like we saw in the first race, might just be competing for pride now. So Declan Tanner starts to stretch away just a little bit. Sitting in second place is still Annabelle Smith, and just getting on her shoulder now is going to be Hayley Whitshead of Albury. So she might just move past Annabelle Smith, but it is going to be Declan Tanner who takes out heat 2 of 2 in the women's under 16 800 metres. Whitshead now just goes past Smith, and coming down now is going to be Lander. So we will wait so too for Scott Dalgleish, and so we'll have to wait on the clock to see whether they join their counterparts in the finals tomorrow. But that is heat number 2 of 2 in this women's under 16 800 metres as we now see Shivers come down to complete the order of things. And some great racing, and this is going to come close, I think, to make it through to the final. We'll keep you posted and put the results on the board. But that is your women's under 16 800 metre heats.
Now let's turn back to the infield, and it is the presentations for the men's under 16 javelin throw. Now, bronze medalist representing Shepparton Athletics with a best distance of 35.63. It is Aidan Schreck with a best of 36.44. In the silver medal position from Glen Huntley, it's Jakaya Honor. And our gold medalist with a best of 44.12 from Diamond Valley, It is Asher Andrews. So congratulations to Aidan, Jakaya and Asher, the medalist in the men's under-16 javelin throw. So if we turn our attention to the board, we'll see that Jamison Lander and also Poppy Scott Dalgleish making it through there as the best time competitors in that under 16 women's 800. Hannah Rusmere fastest time 2:18.55. Now we're back to the infield for our victory ceremony and the medal presentation for the men's under-15 javelin throw. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 33.14 metres, representing Ringwood, it's Heath Fox. Our silver medalist from Athletics Essendon with a best of 35.33, Maddox Wilson. And our gold medalist, the new Victorian champion, representing the Glen Huntly Athletic Club with a best distance of 36.09, Cooper Acton. So congratulations to Heath, Maddox and Cooper, our medalists in the men's under-15 javelin throw championship. All right, what have we got? Men's under-16 800 metres, 2 preliminary heats. Heat 1, we have 8 starters. In Station 1, representing Shepparton Athletics, it is Danny Williams. Station 2, from Mornington Peninsula, Joel Davies. In 3, from Doncaster, Jack Dalton. In 4, from Collingwood Harriers, Charles Barrett. In 5, from Ballerine, Jackson Unthank. In 6, from Athletics Nunawading, Joshua Carlin. In 7, from Mentone, Ethan Evans. And in 8, from Glen Huntly, James Gibbs. 8 starters, heat 1 of 2, the men's under-16 800. Top 3 to go through next to fastest times.
On your marks.
So we are underway here in heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under-16 800 metres. These top 3 will be fighting for a position to be automatically through, and then we will wait on the next 2 fastest times. It is Charles Barrett of Collingwood who gets out the strongest through the first 100 metres, and just on the inside of him is Jack Dalton. So Dalton tucks in nicely behind Barrett, and not too far away there at all is going to be Unthank, I believe. So Unthank in that 3rd position, just trying to find a spot, but at the front of it, it is Charles Barrett. And not too far away, right on the heels, in fact, is Jack Dalton. So 2 of the faster competitors in this men's under-16 event are going to go out and just see whether they can spin the wheels and do it quickly at that. And behind them there, I believe, is Unthank. So these 3 faster competitors are going to get out and try and work together, Tim, through this first 300 metres.
Yeah, and it's Carlin the one's trying to do the work, dragging through Williams, the Shepparton athlete. And Williams, as I say, that just taking a surge to get back onto Carlin. But Barrett, obviously class runner. Dalton being gutsy, just pointing out to the crowd saying, here I am, just watch me. Unthank looking very comfortable in third now. Williams moves into fourth ahead of Carlin. Gap back then to the Mentone runner in Evans.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. It seemed like Charles Barrett turned around and said, it's your turn, and Jack Dalton went, thank you very much. So 300 metres to go now. Dalton with the long locks is going to get right in front of Charles Barrett, and not too far away is Jackson Unthank. So now Barrett looks around again, maybe to hint something towards Unthank and say, get right on the shoulder, but don't worry about that because it is Danny Williams of Shepparton who is making his way up nicely on the back straight. So leading it out is going to be Jack Dalton. Barrett right behind him, and Unthank not too far away. The man chasing is Danny Williams of Shepparton, but these three, Jesus, a chop and change of the lead like we haven't seen before in any of these races, and there's plenty of heads on the swivel, Tim.
Yeah, it certainly is. So a little bit of horseplay out front. That allowed Williams to come into the picture, but I think the top three are just going to be that little bit too strong. So Unthank's right back in the picture. They're just looking around. They know they've got it through. Williams, just keep fighting for that time because the top three have got it. Dalton's mucking around out there. I'll have a word to him later. But good running there, top three. Williams about, clock stopped. Carlin in next position, then Evans. And then next one through was Davies, and final one to finish there, Gibbs from Glen Huntley. Back to the presentation podium, and it is the men's under-14 Javelin Throw Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 29.14 metres. From Geelong Guild, it is Jack Berry. Silver medalist from Keilor St Bernard's with a best of 31.07. It is Brandon Svednovsky. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a best distance of 31.41 from South Bendigo, Kai Norton. So congratulations, Jack, Brandon and Kai, the medalists in the men's under-14 Javelin Throw Championship. Eight starters, men's second preliminary heat of the under-16 800 metres. Top three to go through as we see the results there from the heat number one, where positions 4 was 2:08 and 2:10.97 for 5 Carlin. They're the times to beat for our 8 competitors who are in Station 1 from Glen Huntley, Alfie Lambert. Station 2 from Williamstown, Dashiell Muir. Austin Fernando from St Stephen's is in Station 3. Station 4, Sebastian Farrelly from Mornington Peninsula. Station 5, Doncaster, Will Caddick. Station 6, Jake Ollerenshaw from Athletics Nunawading. From Old Scotch, it's Connor Sullivan in 7. And in Station 8, James Lambourne from Mornington Peninsula.
On your marks.
So good start here. There's only one man in this field that's broken 2 minutes, and that's Sebastian Fowley from Mornington Peninsula, and he's exactly the man who's going to lead them out. To the outside of him is Caddick from Doncaster. Ollerenshaw will be up there too, the young runner from Nunawading. So too Austin Fernando from St Stephen's. They're going side by side. Top three to go through. Next two fastest times. Remember, I think it's about 2:08 and 2:10 is what's going to get them on the non-auto qualifiers. But Sebastian Farrelly looking good out front, the Mornington Peninsula runner. He's got a 1:59.35. So this young man knows how to carve out a good 800. Caddick looking very strong though, sitting in that next position. He knows that he's just got to get top three in order to go through to tomorrow's final. So it's Farrelly, Caddick, and then Ollerenshaw. Ollerenshaw, Fernando. Then it's our old Scotch runner in Connor Sullivan taking that next position. Muir from Williamstown next. And then from Mornington Peninsula, Lambourne. So they're through in about 60 seconds. So looking very solid there and very comfortable. So the pressure's now going to be on the second and third position because Fernando's looking very comfortable, almost clipping the heels there of Ollerenshaw as he goes to the outside. So Farrelly just not gapping any further. Caddick running a strong race. Now Fernando's decides he's going to go wide and draw alongside Ollerenshaw. So no real change, top four, and the time is going to be fairly decent. 2:08, remember, is what they need if you don't make that auto top three. And I think this top four runners out there should all be capable of doing that. So all we have to see from Ollerenshaw here is a steady old run over the last 200 to 150 as we see Farrelly and Caddick and Fernando just starting to ease away from fourth position. Gap then to Muir, and he's got Sullivan not too far away from him and into the home straight. Look at those little legs of Ollerenshaw. You never discount this kid. He's got a big heart. And is it Farrelly, the race favourite? He's under pressure. So Farrelly's the man who's going to have to wait on time, but that won't be an issue. Fernando takes it. Ollerenshaw, then Caddick, then Farrelly. But winning time, yeah, safely through Farrelly, but probably not the way he wanted it. Muir in next position. Then Sullivan comes through, Langbourne. And then from Glen Huntly, we've got Alfie Lambert rounding out the field, the men's under 16 800. So just a quick update for the women's long jump and going into the last round, Chloe Grenard from Preston AC is leading the way on 5.91 metres. Let's turn our attention now to the infield where we will introduce the field for the Men's Open Javelin Throw Championship of Victoria. This is the 98th time this event has been staged. Bob Grant from Old Scotch and Bob Lacey from Preston, they've both got 5 wins in the javelin. Michael Burian, last year's winner in 63.02, went on to perform so well at the Paralympics. Gary Calvert from Essendon, he's got the championship record 79.08 set in 1981. And our field is in Station 1, representing Box Hill, Oliver Blackburn. Station 2, representing Keolis and Burdeds, Jaden Taggart. Station 4, from Sandringham, Jack Mogginson. Station 5, our defending champion from Sandringham, Michael Burian. Station 6 from the Wodonga Athletic Club. Our competitors are in Station 1 from Western Athletics, Emily Morgan. Station 2 from Mornington Peninsula, Freya Brown. In 3 from Wellington, Ali Fleming. Station 4 from St Kevin's, Cleo Richardson. In 5 from Glen Huntly, Tanasha Santosh. In 6 from Williamstown, Natasha Rourke. And in Station 7 from Mornington Peninsula, Matilda Grant. 7 starters, heat 1 of 2, women's under 17 800.
On your marks.
Underway here in heat number 1 of 2 in the women's under 17 800 metres. As Tim beautifully mentioned, the top 3 automatic in the next 2 fastest times from there will be joining them in that final tomorrow. As they make their way around, it is Santosh in those Glen Huntly colours who's going to try and get to that rail as quickly as possible. So too Ellie Fleming. And behind them there is Cleo Richardson. So they're not going to spot each other too much room. It is Santosh who's going to lead it out, the second fastest qualifier into this, 33 seconds on the clock. So certainly not messing about to start things off. As they make their way around, Rourke not too far away. She's just sitting on the shoulder of her competitors there. Richardson on the inside, Santosh and Fleming. Those 3 have not changed as they make their way through the first 300 metres of this 800.
So we're watching for the moves. Richardson likes to just plonk mid-order early in these races. Watch what's going on. You know that Santosh is going to set a good pace, and Fleming is a very willing athlete as well. On the inside, I think that's Freya Brown on the rails. Rourke now taking the outside line alongside Richardson. 1 lap out, 71 through the 400.
Yeah, so it was certainly quick. Santosh more than happy to lead them out. Right behind her there, as we mentioned, is Ellie Fleming. So she looks really good, the Wellington athlete. Here comes Cleo Richardson now. Starts to make her way around Freya Brown, and Rourke not too far away from it at all. The steeplechase champion now going to start to move up the back straight. So she now moves past Freya Brown as well. This top 3 is being led, though, by Tanasha Santosh. She's done it from the gun. She's going to try and crash the tape as well. Ellie Fleming on the shoulder now, not just on the shoulder, but right in front. So Fleming now moves around Santosh. Richardson thinking of doing the same thing, and Rourke not too far away at all. So it is going to be Ellie Fleming, 150 metres to go. Santosh wants the lead back, and not too far away is Cleo Richardson. Rourke now trying to attach herself to this top 3, but these 3 women as they come into the straight, Tim, looking really strong.
Yeah, so we're seeing a good show here from Fleming. She's really showing them a clean pair of heels down this final straight. Richardson just poking her head over the shoulder to see Rourke coming at us. Santosh comfortably in that top 3 mix. Rourke's just going to push through and try to get the time. Fleming takes it 2:19 thereabouts. Rourke about the 2:21 mark. We'll have Brown in next position, then Grant, and then we'll have Morgan finishing off the first of our women's under 17 800 metres. Heat 2 of 2. Women's under 17, 800 metres. 7 starters once again. Top 3 to go through. Next 2 best times. Station 1 from the Doncaster Athletic Club. It is Gemma Young. In 2 from Athletics Essendon, Lara Sakana. In Station 3, also from Doncaster, Bella Fari. In 4 from South Melbourne Athletic Club, Gabrielle Vincent. In 5 from Collingwood Harriers, Karima Wakeham. In 6 from Glen Huntley, Thanya Vijay Akuma. And in 7 from Athletics Essendon, Charlotte Jackson. So 7 starters, heat 2 of 2, women's under 17, 800.
On your marks.
So we're underway now here in heat 2 of 2 in the women's under 17, 800 metres. And one of the fastest to start is going to be Gabrielle Vincent of those South Melbourne colours in the middle. But on the internal of her, I think Gemma Young may just be able to retain the rail. No, Vincent now just comes right on her shoulder and not too far away either. I believe that may be Wakeham, but we'll have to wait and see. Vincent gets her way there now, though. She's done a really good effort to get there. Vijaya Kumar right behind her too. 200 metres through, 32 seconds on the clock. So eerily similar to the first heat. Let's see how they progress through this first 300 metres. But it is Vincent, Vijaya Kumar right on the outside of her. And tucked in beautifully behind there, I believe, may be Wakeham. But we'll have to wait as they make their way around this bend, Tim.
Yes, I think it could be Fari making that sort of first move there in the Donk colours, but Vincent looking comfortable on the rails to the side of her Vijay Kumar. Fari now to the outside. Wakeham just sitting in the clutch position there. Young just behind her Sakana. And then the other Essendon runner there in Jackson. But a group of 3 at the moment. I know Karima Wilkeem's been overseas for a while. Has she got the legs here for the 800? We'll soon find out, Mitch.
Yeah, well, they're looking really good as they make their way up the back straight here. And as you mentioned, Gabrielle Vincent, certainly a class athlete in this field, just starting to stretch the legs out. And they're going to see what Vijaya Kumar has in her too. So Wakeham now starts to move from that second pack. So we've awoken the sleeping giant. And here comes Wakeham now. She doesn't just settle for third. She wants to go right to the front. So she's going to try and slingshot around Vincent, but she'll hold her out best she can. So here comes Wakeham now. She's certainly awake as she moves her way around Vincent. She was leading it for a long time, but now she's going to have to settle for that second as she makes her way into the straight. Vijaya Kumar in third still for that automatic spot, but it is Wakeham, Tim.
I'm loving every moment of this, Mitch. So I think we add aerial skiing to our training processes because Karima Wakeham's back from the Northern Hemisphere and she's looking very strong here. She can probably just put the foot off the gas now. 2:14 time check. Vincent knows she's going to ease it up. Vijay Kumar will take the next spot. Sakina coming through. Gee, she might nearly make it there. And then we'll have Fari in next position, Young and Jackson. Young and Jackson, we haven't called that one before, Mitch. Back down to the presentations before we proceed to the next race, and it is the men's under-20 long jump championship. Our bronze medalist with a best distance of 6.79 metres, representing Doncaster, Lachlan Parrott. In second position with a best distance of 6.97 metres, representing Athletics Nunawading, Joshua Young. And our state champion, the gold medalist with a best of 7.24 metres, representing the Frankston Athletic Club, Blake Shaw. So congratulations, Lachlan, Joshua and Blake, our medalists in the men's under-20 long jump competition. So next event on the track, it is the first of three preliminary heats of the men's under-17 800 metres. Top two in each of these heats and the next two best times will proceed through to the final. Our seven starters in Heat 1 are in Station 1 from Mentone, Edward Gibson. Station 2 from Sandringham, Benjamin Sears. In 3 from Wendouree, Zach Granger. In 4 from St Kevin's, Patrick Retchko. Station 5 from Knox, Harvey Anderson. Station 6 from Box Hill, Jack Waters. And in 7 from Doncaster, Nathaniel Ueka. So 7 starters, Heat 1 of 3, men's under-17 800.
On your marks.
So we're underway here in Heat 1 of 3 in the men's under-17 800 metres. Again, as Tim mentioned, top 2 are going to be automatic, then the next 2 fastest times. And on the outside there, Harvey Anderson, I believe, might try and greet the rail as quickly as possible. And Retchko on the inside of him there for St Kevin's. Just outside of it is Jack Waters of Box Hill. So these three are going to try and stretch away. And not too far away is Zach Granger. So he won't spot them too much room as this field is highly separated. Harvey Anderson's certainly going for it. Let's call it a 27-28 first 200 metres of this 800. So, Tim, they're not messing about, and they want to try and get themselves in the best possible position to make that final.
Yeah. In Tone Athletic Club, it is Luke Batemanis. In 2 from Athletics Essendon, Noah Hijazi. In 3 from Knox, Geno Arce. In 4 from Keelos and Bernards, Dylan Ega Duarte. In 5 from St Stephen's Harriers, Daniel Chiba Lynch. In Station 6 from Wendouree, Axel Caldo. And in 7 from Coburg Harriers, Jonathan Kaklamanis. So 7 starters in the second of our men's under 17 800 metre heats.
On your marks. Stand up, guys. You need to be steady, please. On your marks.
So heat number 2 of 3 in this men's under 17 800 metres is underway, and it's Dylan Egadawade who's going to try and get out there the cleanest. Geno Assi not too far behind in those Knox Silks as they make their way through the first 100 metres. So let's see who can get to the rail. Too far away either, and tucked in nicely is Axel Caldo.
Yeah, so good move by Caldo just to surge forward to sit behind Assi at the moment. We've got Egadawade, and I think he'll just control pace here, Mitch. He comes in with the top-seeded time, so he can just control out front. You know, he knows that if he just runs to form, he'll get in that top 2. But as we saw earlier, he just never can predict these 800s. So Caldo's moved himself nicely up there. Bit of a gap there to Noah Hijazi, and then off the back of him is Bate Marnus and also Kaklamanis.
Well, if you are Axel Caldo, you just want to try and sit on the shoulder for as long as you can, make your presence felt and put a little bit of pressure on them as he comes right up onto Dylan Egadawade. So he's certainly all about the business right now is Axel Caldo, and the other man about it's going to be Chiba Lynch. So Arcee on the inside there, Egadawade still leading it out. He's trying to stretch it. Arcee going with him, Caldo 2, Chiba Lynch. So they know what's on the line. It's only the top 2 that are automatic, and then the next 2 fastest times from there. There's 300 metres to go. The class of the field and Egadawade trying to stretch him out now, Tim.
Yeah, so Assi is a bit of an unknown quantity over the 8. We've seen him running well over the 15s, but he has got, as we can see, the legs. Those legs between Egadawade and Assi looking so similar. Looks like Axel's running his race, but gee, he showed plenty of heart as he always does. Chiba Lynch now sitting in the 3rd position and starting to wind up. Is Assi in trouble? I think Egadawade should control this through. Chiba Lynch coming in nicely. So it's Egadawade, Assi, Chiba Lynch, then gap to Caldo.
Yeah, so Egadawade going to do everything he can to just make it through automatically. Assi and Chiba Lynch are going to be the 2 to fight it out. I think Chiba Lynch is just going to have the measure right now. So he puts his head on the swivel. Dylan Egadawade will take it out. Chiba Lynch in 2nd, and Assi will have to wait on that time in 3rd position. Caldo comes down, who, as you mentioned, put up a fantastic fight, and the fast finishing. Hijani now comes through. Just on the inside of him is Luke Bate-Manis. And now coming through to close it out is going to be Kaklamanis. So Kaklamanis is going to round this out, but Geno Assi will have to wait on times. And those top 2, Chiba Lynch came flying in heat number 2 of 3 in the men's under 17 800.
So let's go to our next presentation, which is the 86th time we've presented the Women's Open Long Jump Championship of Victoria. In our Open Championship, our bronze medalist representing the Frankston Athletic Club with a best distance of 5.89 metres, Brittany Burkett. Our silver medalist with a best of 5.96 metres, representing Sandringham, Mia Skerry. But our 86th Victorian champion with a best clearance or distance of 5.98 metres, representing the Preston Athletic Club, Chloe Grenard. Presented beautifully there by Brittany Burkett. So congratulations, Brittany, Mia and Chloe, our medalists in the Victorian Women's Open Long Jump Championship. Heat 3 of 3, men's under 17, 800 metres, 7 starters once again. In 1, we have from Keelos and Berners, Aidan Ford. In 2, from Geelong Guild, Broden Bond. Station 3, from Doncaster, Josh Ascar. In 4, from Wendouree, Archie Caldo. In 5 from Doncaster, Lachlan Marasco. In 6 from Deakin, Oliver Bradshaw. And in Station 7 from Bendigo Harriers, Daniel Noden. So 7 starters in our final heat for the men's under 17 800.
On your marks.
So we're away cleanly here in Heat 3 of 3 in the under 17 800, the penultimate one of this age group. And the one to go out really fast is going to be Lachlan Marasco of Doncaster. On the internal of him is Archie Caldo. And these two are going to duke it out, I reckon, here in Heat number 3. So they're going to try and clear away as best they can the Doncaster counterpart in Josh Askar, not too far away either. So won't want to spot too much room, and they are flying up this back straight. 27 seconds on the clock, so they're not messing around. It's Caldo who's just going to say, let's slow it down a little bit here, boys. We don't want to break any world records for the age group. And Caldo now controls it. So not too far away on his shoulder is going to be Lachlan Marasco. One out, one back. On the internal of him, as I mentioned, is Josh Askar through the first 300 metres. And I think it's a little bit of carnage in the middle of this field, Tim.
Yeah, I'm loving what I'm seeing from Marasco because he knows if he wants to get in that top 2, just follow Archie. Askar going nicely. And then we've got Aiden Ford. Don't know a lot about him. He's being very brave because he's coming with a PB of 2:14. So right on the 60-second mark as they go through. So they've got to push it hard. I'm not sure if we'll get any non-auto qualifiers getting through from this one. The other Doncaster runner going nicely there is Josh Askar. He's got the one who's going to try and push forward. So Caldo, Marasco, Askar, then Bond in that order. Then a drop back to the Deakin runner in Bradshaw.
So we saw Archie Caldo really go through the motions in that 1,500 metres last week, and now he's going to try and put his foot on the pedal and see who can come with him. The man who's going to fly is Lachlan Marasco, as you mentioned. He knew how to get his ticket to that final, and it was to follow Archie Caldo. Well, he's done that to a T, so 120 metres to go. Archie Caldo still leading it out. On his shoulder is Lachlan Marasco, and fighting it out for a time right now is Josh Askar. So these two are going to try and steam clear, and that's exactly what they do. We see Marasco have a little head on the swivel and know that he's done enough. Archie Caldo now looks on the outside. So these two will be your automatic. Let's watch the clock as we start to see Josh Askar come down. And that will be over that 2-minute mark. So we will have to wait and see if he punches the ticket through to that final. I think it may be just out of range, but we'll wait for the official time as we saw Archie Caldo and Lachlan Marasco just do what they needed to do to make it through to the under-17 men's 800-metre final. And that is the conclusion of Heat 3 of 3 in the under-17 800 metres.
Let's move on now to the women's under 18 800 metres. There will be 2 preliminary heats. Top 3 in each heat plus the next 2 fastest times will proceed through. 6 starters in heat number 1, and they are Hallie Hughes from Keilor St Bernard's in 1. Ada Hill from Wellington in 2. Bridie Hill from St Kevin's is in 3. Sophie Coltish, Geelong Guild in 4. Kyla Chapman, Nonawading in 5. And Sugi Nikuan from Diamond Valley is in 6. So 6 starters in the first of our 2 preliminary heats. Women's under 18 800 metres.
On your marks.
So heat number 1 of 2 is away cleanly, and that will be Sophie Coltish in those Geelong Guild green that's going to try and make their way around the bend as fast as possible. Bridie Hill not too far away in the St Kevin's colours from her. So as they make their way around this first turn, we'll see who can get to the rail first, and that actually may be Bridie Hill, who just edges out Sophie Coltish there. And I think she has done just that. On the inside of her is Ada Hill of Wellington, so she's going to try and just tuck in beautifully. As Tim did mention, the top 3 are automatic than the next 2 fastest times. So they'll try and spread it out as quick as they can. But as I say that, this field now just latches onto the back of these top 3. About 32 seconds through the first 200 metres. And so Bridie Hill's going to back herself in a little bit here, Tim.
Yeah, so the pace went off and Hughes decided this is my chance. So she's just connected herself on. So too is Chapman and Nee Cowan. So this is now a bit more of a strategic race. This is, I think, the first time, Mitch, that we've seen championship type racing, but bear in mind this is a heat. It's not a championship final. Times do matter as well. So top 3, you can just see Coldish going to the outside. Time check, well, it's not too slow, but then again, not too quick for these girls in the under 18s when you can see that they can run 2:14, 2:15. So Coldish, Hill, Hughes. Then we have Chapman and then Nee Cowan in that order. So Sophie Coldish goes to the lead. She doesn't mind leading, but she's got the 2 Hills behind her. There's probably a good line there, Mitch, but I haven't got it.
Well, I certainly don't either, and usually I do. So unfortunately, I'm just too blown away by the pace of this up the back straight. So it is going to be Sophie Coltish. She starts to move away from Bridie Hill. Ada Hill just coming around the shoulder of Bridie now. So Coltish is going to lead it out. As I mentioned, the top 3 are automatic. So these 3 women have managed to pull away here in heat number 1 of 2. And now it's pride on the line once more. We've seen that battle time and time again. We'll see who can claim it here. So Sophie Coltish stretching the legs. It's Ada Hill now starting to move her way into that second position, and right behind her is Bridie Hill. So hardly any room between these top 3, and Sophie Coltish has let it out, and she's just going to try and stretch them out on this front straight, I should say. Ada Hill behind her and Bridie Hill coming through for 3rd.
Yeah, I think they'll just finish in that order. Hughes is finishing on really strongly. Let's get behind Hallie Hughes, because this is a strong run, as we see Bridie Hill just turning off the switch. Sophie Coltish will take it, 2:25. Then we had Ada Hill, Bridie Hill, and we'll wait on time for Hughes. That was a good run. Next one through will be Kyla Chapman, and then Sugi Nee Cowan. She'll be rounding out our first of 2 heats in the women's under 18, 800 metres. Heat 2 of 2, women's under 18, 800 metres. Top 3 once again through with the next 2 fastest times. 6 starters, and they are in Station 1 from Geelong Guild, Isabella Jordan. In 2, from Maccabi, Emma de Jong. In 3, from Yarra Rangers, Kiara Flavel. In 4, from Keilor St Bernard's, Lauren Burke. Station 5, from Doncaster, Sonna Backer. In 6, from Western Athletics, Sarah McInerney. They are our 6 starters in the second of our preliminary heats of the women's under 18, 800 metres.
On your marks.
So heat 2 of 2 underway now in the women's under 18, 800 metres, and Kiara Flavel in the middle of the track, off to a flying start through the first 100. Emma de Jong on the inside of her as well from Maccabi, now going to try and take up the pace, and one more inside of her is going to be Isabella Jordan. So de Jong and Jordan, Flavel right on the shoulder of them as they make their way up the back straight, and now flying a little bit further out is going to be Backer of Doncaster. So this is going to be tightly bunched, only one just off the back at the start, and it is going to be de Jong who's going to try and lead it out successfully at that. 33 seconds on the clock. So what was a 1 metre gap is now 7, and de Jong not messing around, wants to make it through to this 800 metres with a little bit of room.
Yeah, Yeah, so Flavel's playing it quite smart now, knowing top three will go through, and she has got the superior time going through. De Jong just trying to maybe go for a qualifying standard for nationals. Who knows? It can happen in these heats where they set their sights on a time rather than just a place. So Emma de Jong just looking very nice and comfortable out front. Flavel in control. Very impressed with Isabella Jordan. She comes in with one of the slowest seed times, and she's battling beautifully. To the outside of her, Sonna Backer going nicely. Burke back in touch. And also from Western Apps, it's Sarah McInerney.
Well, in these heats, this is where you put up a fight now to try and make your way through to a final. Emma de Jong has obviously taken a different tactic to everybody else, and she just wants to run fast and make sure she's right in there. And the rest of this field is going to try and pick her up on the back straight, but she does have a very comfortable lead here, Emma de Jong. The one who's now at the front here is going to be Kiara Flavel. Backer now just on the shoulder and moving through really nicely is going to be Burke from Keilor St Bernard. So she now makes her way around Backer right on the heels of Kiara Flavel, but leading it out still with a comfortable lead here is going to be Emma de Jong. So you would think that she's looking really good to make it through to that final, and now it starts to shape up behind her, Tim, for those automatic spots.
Yeah, so Burke the surprise package here. I'm not sure what Flavel's up to, but she's certainly not asserting herself as she could. De Jong just tiring a little bit as she comes in now. We see Flavel just starting to wind it up, getting alongside Burke. Backer in next position. Jordan battling on beautifully here in this race, and so too McInerney. But out front de Jong, still got it. Gee, Burke isn't going to lay down, is she? But Flavel just looking superb in that third spot. She knows what she has to do to get through to a final. Backer's now going to push the time. She's got to go for that fourth spot and really push her finish here, and Backer gets across the line. So de Jong, Burke, Flavel, Backer. Great running from Jordan. That could be a PB for her. And McInerney too, I think she'll be in on PB time there. So great running in this women's under-18 competition in the 800. We'll look forward to that final. And talking of that, we can see the under-17 men. It is Jeno Assi and also Zach Granger. They're the ones who made it through on fastest times, Mitch. So very competitive one. And that's an exciting race we look forward to tomorrow. So the finalists now for the under-18 women, thanks to Ross Cunningham's magic fingers, we're seeing these results coming through very quickly. Yeah, that name will stick, Ross. So we can see Sonna Backer and also Hallie Hughes. Great running from those two to make it through to that final, and that is your lineup for tomorrow. Talking of lineups, 1:51.00 is a time we'll be interested in for the next few races when we go to the men's under-18 and also under-20. That is the World Under-20 qualifier. In this race, we have men who are chasing that time. And our field of 7 in the first of our 2 preliminary under-18 heats are: in Station 1 from Casey Cadinia, Samuel Hazim. In 2 from Collingwood Harriers, Guy Frick. In 3, Toby Griffith, Box Hill. In 4 from Collingwood Harriers, Wolfgang Kotra Nemesi. Station 5 from Ballerine, Ryan Costin. In 6 from Glen Huntley, Kevin Zhu. And in 7 from Casey Caninia, it is Marley Brochard. So 7 runners in the first of our 2 preliminary heats of the men's under-18 800. Top 3 to go through, next 2 fastest times.
On your marks.
So we're away here in heat number 1 of 2 in the men's under 18, 800 metres, and Wolfgang Kochenemesi only a second out of that world junior qualifying time as he makes his way around. Not far away, Ryan Costin, and on the inside of them, Toby Griffith of Box Hill going to try and get the rail first, but I think he's going to be pipped at the post by Kochenemesi and Costin. So these two are going to lead it out. Moving in really nicely there is Kevin Zhu of Glen Huntly. He just pushes Griffith out on the outside, but still maintains that third position. So about 28 seconds through the first 200 metres. It is Ryan Costin. On his heels is Kochenemesi, and so too Toby Griffith. Right behind him there is Kevin Zhu of Glen Huntly, and they are stretched out in a beautiful one-string line formation as they make their way through, and it is going to be Ryan Costin, Wolfgang Kochenemesi, and Toby Griffith leading this out. Right on his shoulder now, though, is Kevin Zhu.
Yeah, you talk about ticker, and Ryan Costin's got plenty of that. So he doesn't come in as a top C, but he doesn't have any respect for that. He just wants to go for it and make that final. So Kochenemesi just sitting behind him, Griffith and Zhu chasing, then Frick, and then we drop back to our Casey Cadinia runners in a Brochard and also Hazim. So into the final 300 metres, no change up front. Kochenemesi looking very comfortable, just edging alongside Costin. So Costin's now just got to get into the slipstream because he's got Griffith and also Zhu just charging down that back straight.
Well, I certainly think this is going to ramp up with 200 metres to go. So Wolfgang Kochenemesi going through the paces. Behind him there, Costin. Griffith now attached right onto the back. Losing a little bit of contact now is going to be Kevin Zhu. So he's just off the back of Toby Griffith. We'll call it 5 metres. Kochenemesi, though, he's at the helm of it with 100 metres to go. Costin behind him there. Griffith holding on in that third position. But look at the arms. Look at the legs of Wolfgang Kochenemesi. He turns his head around to the right and knows he's done enough. Watch the clock now. It's going to be a 1:57 behind him. Costin, Griffith through 2, and we'll watch it now for Kevin Zhu. He gets past, and so too is Guy Frick. And so Zhu and Frick will wait on those times to get them officially through the board now as we start to see Brochard come through, and so too Hazim. But the top 3 going through will be Costin, Kochenemesi and Griffith through to that under 18 men's 800 metre final.
Men's under 18, 800 metres, heat 2 of 2. Top 3 to go through, next 2 best times. 8 starters, and they are in Station 1 from Box Hill, Lucas Knight. In 2 from Old Scotch, Alex Shears Jones. In 3 from Eureka, Joshua Johnson. Station 4 from Doncaster, Peter Holland. Station 5 from Athletics Chilwell, Evander Scott. In 6 from Athletics Essendon, it's Riley Walsh. In 7 from Athletics Chilwell, Jack Alice. And in Station 8 from Casey Cadinia, Arshal Arji. So 8 starters in the second of our preliminary heats for the men's under 18, 800 metres.
On your marks.
Away here in heat 2 of 2 in the men's under 18, 800 metres. As we'll see who can get the best start. It is going to be Jack Ellis, I believe, just on the outside. Or is it Evander Scott? and Peter Holland on the internal of him from Doncaster. So Scott's going to get there first. Holland on the inside of him. And Ellis right behind him there. So through the first 200 metres, it's about 27 seconds on the clock. So they're going through the motions here. And it is going to be Ellis leading it out.
So top three to go through. It's Chilwell 1-2 at the moment. Peter Holland, probably one of our favourites, is just sitting back in the box a little bit, but just biding his time nicely. The Essendon runner also coming through, that's Riley Walsh. He's got a bit of form this season and is looking quite solid as they go through. Josh Johnson just getting in a little bit of trouble, a little bit of traffic, but he's got out of that now, out of the box, goes alongside Walsh and starts to make his way. Gets more trouble though as the Doncaster runner there and Peter Holland comes out.
Yeah, so Peter Holland certainly doesn't want to be too far away from it, and he just pushes his way through and says, this is exactly where I want to be. Riley Walsh on the inside in a really good position, but it is that Athletics Chilwell 1-2 punch with Evander Scott and Jack Ellis just starting to stretch them out. And as I say that, Peter Holland now, that's why he wanted to get out of that box position so we can launch up the back straight just like this. So Holland's going to be the one to try and chase down Evander Scott. The two fastest seed times in this race, and so too not far behind is still Jack Ellis as he loses a little bit of ground there to Joshua Johnson, who's vying for that third automatic spot. But at the front of the field, it is still Evander Scott, and just behind him there is Peter Holland.
It's really on for that third spot because Walsh is back in the picture again. He's alongside Johnson, who's battling hard. Also, you've got Alice coming at them as well on the inside, and the old Scotch runner there in Shears Jones. But out front, Evander Scott will get it. Gee, it's all happening here, and I think the third spot will go to Walsh. Good finish from Alice. Shears Jones, Johnson just tiring on the line. But the auto qualifiers there, certainly Peter Holland through Evander Scott. And I think it was Riley Walsh who took the third position. So great running there in the second of our heats. We'll wait for the consolidated results, and let's get behind our final finishes here as we have Arshil Arji coming through, and also Lucas Knight from Box Hill finishing off this 800 metres in the under 18 competition. So we can see consolidated, oh sorry, that was the results there for the Heat 2. So Evander Scott taking it out 159.48. Interest there, Jack Ellis. Are we now going to consolidated? Yes, we are going to consolidated. So Jack Ellis makes his way through. Also Shears Jones in that heat, so it just shows you what that barnstorming finish can do. They've made their way through to the final as the two of the fastest non-auto qualifiers. So in the open men's the open men's javelin throw, Oliver Blackburn leads the way 66.38. I think it might be Burian on 63.17 and Moggerson on 57.02.
I've changed the length, and this length I don't like as much, but it's a Sigma 18-35. Yeah, so I don't like it as much because with the adapter here, actually vignettes, because it's not really made for this.
Let's move on now to the men's under 20 800 metre heats. There are 3 preliminary heats. Now remember, 151.00 is that world under 20 qualifying standard. 7 starters in heat number 1, and they are Jack Reed from Preston in 1. In 2 from Athletics Essendon, Janik Ernst. In 3 from Mornington Peninsula, Taj Davies. Isaac Rosado from Eureka is in 4. Jack Forer, Glenn Huntley, he'll be in station 5. Alexander Gibson from Mentone is in 6. And Joseph Anderson from Collingwood Harriers in station 7. Top 2 in each of the heats, and the next 2 fastest, as we've just seen the Javelin go out a long way. They will make it through to the final of the men's under 20 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we're away cleanly here in heat 1 of 3 in the men's under 20 800 metres, and through the middle of the track it is Isaac Rosado of Eureka who's going to stretch the field. Internal of him is Taj Davies, and on the outside of that is going to be Jack Forer. So Isaac Rosado just going to lead them out here, not too far away as well is going to be Jack Forer, just tucked in nicely behind him. And so too is Joseph Anderson in those Collingwood colours. So we go through in about 27, 28 seconds through the first 200 metres. And on the inside of the rail is also Taj Davies of Mornington Peninsula in that 4th position. But Tim, Isaac Rosado certainly got his way to that inside really, really nicely, and not too far away Jack Forer on his shoulder. And they're all starting to move wide now to try and get themselves into this race.
Yeah, I think it's another case of the top seed just trying to control pace out the front, knowing they come in with those better times. Good running from Forer at the moment. Davies is tucked in nicely. Gee, that's good running also there from the Mentone runner there in Gibson. He's working his way, so just on the 60-second mark. So Isaac Rosado, Jack Forer, very, very comfortable at that pace. And I think this is going to be a nice little kick down as they go into the back straight.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you here, Tim. They're all starting to vie for a spot now, so they'll find themselves in a position they're comfortable and absolutely launch it from there. On the outside of the shoulder is Jack Forer. He just goes right up to Isaac Rosado and throws down the challenge. So Rosado wants to keep the rail. Forer on his shoulder. Now starting to move from the back there is going to be Alexander Gibson. He's currently in that 3rd position, and behind him too is Joseph. So Anderson right behind there in the 4th place. He's starting to lose just a little bit of contact. Rosado's been able to hold out Forer, but he's certainly not done with yet. Top 2 are automatic, and then the next 2 fastest times. So it's not pride on the line, it's the automatic spot with 100 metres to go.
Big, big run from Gibson here. He's only coming in for 158, so not giving a few seconds away these two, but the cream's coming to the top here as Rosado just edges forward. Forward knows he's in. Gibson's going to have to wait on time, so that might get him through. That was a great run. Also, Anderson, a 2:04 PB. He has smashed that there tonight. So great running, Joseph Anderson from Collingwood Harriers, but Isaac Rosado, too good. Heat number 1 of the under 20 800 metres. So let's also support Jack Reed from the Preston Athletic Club. Comes in for PB of 2:25, and he's going to be just a shade over that. But great running, Jack Reed, to round out the first of our 3 preliminary heats. Heat 2 of 3, men's under 20 800 metre preliminary heats. In station 1, representing Keilor St Bernard's, it is Luke Matthews. In 2, from Sandringham, Julian Horsey. In station 3, from Geelong Guild, Oliver Armstrong. Station 4, from Collingwood Harriers, Joshua Tram. In 5, from Knox, it is Bailey Morrell. In 6, from Athletics Southwest, Thomas Balch. And in 7, from Albury Athletics, Kelvin Peters. 7 starters, heat 2 of 3, men's under 20 800.
On your marks.
And racing now, heat number 2 of 3 in the men's under 2800. Top 2 automatic in the next 2 fastest times. And the man who's going to put himself in a really good position is going to be Joshua Tram of Collingwood. The fastest time coming into this heat number 2. So he's going to stretch it out along the back straight. And not too far away, Oliver Armstrong in those green silks. Outside of him, Bailey Morell. And now moving around all of them is going to be Kelvin Peters. So Peters going to go to the front here and try and make a race of it. Joshua Tram. Or that actually could be Bolch. So I think it is Bolch who's going to stretch it out to 5 metres over Tram. And behind him there is Bailey Morell. So these three are going to try and move away from the field. The one at the helm is going to be Oliver Armstrong to try and bring them back. But it is Thomas Bolch of Athletics Southwest who's going to stretch out Tram. So too Bailey Morell. As these three, Tim, well, geez, it's not even a pack of 3 because Mulch right now is running away with it.
Yeah, so interesting run from Bolch. Tram's one of those young guys looking for that 151.0 at some stage, and he's starting to reel in Bolch out front. So Bolch coming in with a 201 PB compared to 153 for Tram, and Morell probably just getting the benefit of that sit behind Tram and looking quite solid as they go into the back straight the last time. So Tram now just edging past Bolch, but Bolch responding, so good pick up from him. They've got about a 25-metre break over the Geelong Guild runner there in Armstrong. So Bolch just now has to hang on for this last 200 metres, make sure he hasn't expended too much in that first 600, as we see Morell also going past, but Bolch still out by 30 over 4th.
Well, Bolch just has to latch onto the back of Bailey Morell here. It's Joshua Tram who's moved clear. We'll call it 10 metres coming into this home straight. So Joshua Tram moving away. Morell beautifully put himself in that second position, starting to tighten up a little bit. Bolch is just behind him there in third, but it is going to be Joshua Tram who takes out heat number 2 of 3, 156. Morell comes down there. Bolch, a fantastic effort there for third place. As we start to see Kelvin Peters come down, so too behind him is going to be Horsey. And coming across the line, Oliver Armstrong, as our final competitor in this field, in Luke Matthews, is going to come down and round it out in heat number 2 of 3. Bolch will have to wait on time, but a fantastic effort there in heat number 2 of 3 in the men's under 20, 800 metres.
Heat 3 of 3, men's under 2,800 metres. 7 starters once again, top 2 to go through, next 2 fastest times. In Station 1 from Geelong Guild, Jake Jenkins. Station 2 from Athletics, Essendon, Patrick Stewart. Station 3 from St Kevin's, it's Andrew Matheson. In 4 from Keolis and Bernards, Mitchell Langbourne. Station 5 from Old Severians, Finian Russell. In 6 from Geelong Guild, Ethan Grills. And in 7 from Western Athletics, Bradley Ganley. They're the starters in our third and final heat, the men's under 20, 800.
On your marks.
So a 152.27 to the name of Mitchell Langbourne as he starts to move through the middle of the track, and inside of him is Andrew Matheson of St Kevin's. So it'll be interesting to see as they make their way around this bend. 151 dead is that under 20 qualifier for the World Junior Championships, and Mitchell Langbourne looking really comfortable out in front there. On the internal of that's going to be Patrick Stewart, as making his way around him now is going to be Andrew Matheson. So 27 seconds through the first 200. Very similar to what we saw in heat number 2 of these 3 heats. The top 2 automatic, next 2 fastest times, and it's Mitchell Langbourne at the helm. Behind him, Matheson. Just inside there, or we saw a little bit of a trip towards the back, so there's certainly a little bit of push and shove, as I believe that's Patrick Stewart who was the one who felt the brunt of that. And not too far away is Ethan Grills on the shoulder of Finian Russell.
So Finn Russell looking pretty good in third there. Stewart allowed himself to get in a lot of trouble there, just drifted back in and got into trouble with Grills and also Ganley. But out front, Langbourne controlling nicely. Matheson in really good position. Russell looking pretty solid. That gap then now back to Grills, also Stewart and Ganley starting to widen. So out front now, we're seeing Russell now trying to put the challenge on. He needs that top 2 Otherwise, we need a time around the 1:58 to get through, Mitch.
Well, Russell and Matheson have very similar PB, so this will be really interesting over the final 200 metres. They're going to launch an attack here at Mitchell Langbourne out in front of Keilorson Bernards. 150 metres to go. Mitchell Langbourne in the front position there. Behind him is going to be Finian Russell and Andrew Matheson losing a little bit of contact from there. So 100 metres to go. The heads are well and truly on the swivel as they see whether they're going to be automatically through to the final. And I think it's safe to say that these two will be. So it's going to be Mitchell Langbourne. On the outside of him is Finian Russell, as these two will take those two automatic times. And let's watch the clock. 1:56. Matheson's going to stop it at a pretty fast time there. Ethan Grills comes down now, so Matheson will have to wait on that time. Now comes down Ganley. So too Stewart. And now coming past the clock is going to be Jenkins. So we will have to wait on that third time, but certainly within the realm of possibility there in Heat 3 of the men's under 20, 800 metres.
So in the women's under 20 pole, just an update there. The bar is at 4:05. We're just trying to identify our one remaining competitor there, but the bar 4:05 in the women's under 20 pole vault. So Cassidy Bradshaw, the sole remaining competitor in the pole vault. She already has the under 20 qualifier with a 4:10, but the bar now set at that mark of 4:05, which is the qualifier. She'd love to get another one. She already has actually 6 qualifying performances from 4:05 and above, with 4 of those at the 4:10 mark. So Bradshaw on the runway. Let's get behind one of Victoria's preeminent pole vaulters. So let's go to the victory ceremony and the medal presentation now for the men. Well, near miss there for Bradshaw at 4:05. Women's under 20 pole vault. So if we look at the board at the moment, we're seeing the under 20 conclusion, the consolidated results there. So Tram through with the fastest time, Langbourne, Rosado, the top three there. Bottom end, we've got Matheson made it through with the 158, and also 1/100th behind him, Bolts from Athletics Southwest will also make that final with a huge PB of 158.48. So Bradshaw on the runway once again, staring at the 4:05 World Under 20 qualifying mark in the pole vault. Just hitting with the legs, I think, there, Cassidy Bradshaw. So red flag up once again, 4:05. Let's introduce the fields now. The first of 3 preliminary heats of the Women's Open 800 metre Championship of Victoria. This is the first of 3 heats, 6 starters, and they are Julie Fitt from Box Hill in 1. Abby Caldwell, representing Doncaster, Station 2. Tess Kersop-Cole, Geelong Guild in Station 3. Defending champion Ali Sanford, Box Hill, is in 4. Madison Caulfield, Athletics Essendon, Station 5. And Amy Canavan, Eureka, is in 6. So 6 starters, heat 1 of 3. Top 2 in each heat, plus the 2 next best times will proceed through to tomorrow's final.
On your marks.
So we're underway here in heat number 1 of 3. As Tim mentioned, only 2 are automatic, and then the next 2 fastest times from there. So the defending champion, Ellie Sanford, certainly going to make her presence felt. Tess Kearsop-Cole, she's been running a lot of 800s, the 400 metre state champion of last week. And Abby Caldwell on the inside. Madison Caulfield on the outside of her. Julie Fitt once more on the inside. As we now see Amy Canavan just at the back of that. So they're going to slow it up just a little bit here. Tess Kearsop-Cole, Ellie Sanford at the helm. Madison Caulfield on the outside of Abby Caldwell. And these 4 are going to try and stretch it out. Julie Fitt on the inside of them, but there's not a lot of room between them.
Yeah, so Kersop-Cole and Sanford coming in with the 2 best seed times, but Abby Caldwell's not to be disrespected over the 800 metre distance as well. So these are loaded heats. Each of the 3 heats have got some big guns in the Mitch, and we're going to see 3 of them in particular here. Kersop-Cole, Sanford and Caldwell certainly fighting for those top 2 positions over that final 400 metres.
Well, it's an interesting front 3 pack because you do have Tess Kearsop-Cole, 400 metre specialist, Ellie Sanford with a great set of wheels. Abby Caldwell certainly has it over the distance of the 1500. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Maddie Caulfield's had a really good season this year. She just gets on the back of these 3 as they start to wind it up now as they head in towards this back straight. So only 2 automatic spots on the line right now. Tess Kearsop-Cole's had the benefit of the rail. Ellie Sanford now creeps up on the shoulder, asks a few questions, and the woman with the answers might be Abby Caldwell behind her. So Kearsop-Cole done well to box Sanford out here coming into the final 200 metres, but she's not done with yet as Abby Caldwell, I should say, now starts to ramp it up behind him, Tim.
So we saw Kersop-Cole run so well last week in the 400, so she does have that leg speed. We're also up there, though, with Sanford. We're just seeing her go to the outside and put the pressure on. So top 2 to go, 3 in contention at the moment. It's Sanford now. Caldwell makes her run down the outside. So Kersop-Cole on the inside rails. It might be Sanford who doesn't get. She's the defending champion. Caldwell's going to come through, get the auto. Kersop-Cole will join her. Sanford's going to have to wait on times. 2:06 approximately there. And then we'll have Caulfield coming through at about the 2:11 mark. Julie Fitt in next position. And Amy Canavan will round out the first of our 3 heats of the Women's Open 800 metres. So 4:05, the bar, 3rd and final attempt here. Cassidy Bradshaw in the under 20 pole vault competition. Third and final miss there, Cassidy Bradshaw, but let's give her a big congratulations. She's already got 6 qualifiers for that World Under 20 mark, and Cassidy Bradshaw there taking out the Women's Under 20 pole vault competition. Heat number 2 of 3, Women's Open 800 metres, 7 starters. Michaela Michaels from Geelong Guild is in 1. Kiara Losty from Glen Huntly is in 2. Shani Landon from Maccabi 3. Claudia Hollingsworth Mentone is in 4. Rebecca Green, Melbourne University, is in 5. Matisse Lazari, Athletics Essendon, is in 6. And in Station 7 from Wendouree, Stephanie Mundy. Top 2 in each heat plus the 2 next best times will proceed through.
On your marks.
So we're racing now in heat 2 of 3 in this women's open 800 metres, and Claudia Hollingsworth through the middle is going to be the one to start the fastest. On the outside of her, Green. On the inside, Landon. So we'll see who can make their way to the rail first. I believe it's going to be Hollingsworth. Green not too far away, neither's Landon, and on the outside there is Lazari.
So Hollingsworth deciding that she'll let Green do the work here. So Becky Green has been running well over this distance. We've seen her crunch out some PBs over the 800. So Hollingsworth in a good position there. Shani Landon just dropping back, the Israeli national champion, just sitting in that third slot there. Once again, a loaded heat, Mitch, and the quality is there, and we're seeing that in that top 3.
Yeah, these are some absolutely stacked fields in the women's open 800 metres. It is Rebecca Green who's going to lead out Claudia Hollingsworth. And behind there is Landon, as you mentioned, a national champion of Israel. So she's going to sit right on the rail in a really nice position here. Hollingsworth right on the shoulder of Green. So she's just going to make her feel a little bit of pressure at the bell. 63 seconds through the bell. So they're certainly moving, and you'd think they're only going to ramp it up just a little bit more up the back straight. So it is Green, Hollingsworth, Landon. Those three haven't changed. Let's see whether or not they do on that back straight.
So gap then to Losty and also Lazari, then Mundy and Michaels in that order. And it's Hollingsworth now just looking smooth as silk as she just starts to clear away. Landon in really good position there, Mitch, and she's coming alongside Becky Green. This could be getting them out of order a little bit, but Green just responds beautifully, the New Zealander.
Yeah, plenty of strength from Green there on the rail. Out in front of her is going to be Hollingsworth and Landon, not done with yet, so she's going to grit her teeth and see whether or not Green has anything to go with her. She just moves on the shoulder now. The slingshot effect coming into the final 100 metres. Claudia Hollingsworth looking really smooth out in front, so she's going to vie for that first position here in heat number 2. Landon just about behind her there. Green going to the arms. She's just lost a little bit of contact from Landon there. It is the top 2 who are automatic qualifiers, and Claudia Hollingsworth is going to take out the win in heat number 2. Behind her there, Landon now comes through Green, so we'll have to wait on those times. Lazari of Essendon now coming down to the line, and a really well fought out battle there with Kiara Losty. And so coming down now is going to be Mundy, and behind her will be Michaels. So heat number 2 of 3 is done. Only those top 2 are automatic, and we will have to wait on times as we head into heat number 3 of 3 in the women's open 800 metres.
Third and final preliminary heat, Women's Open 800 metre championships. 7 starters. In station 1 from Mentone, Karen Hayder. In 2 from St Stephen's Harriers, Brigitte Humphrey. Station 3 representing the Australian Capital Territory, Clara Dess. In 4 from Box Hill, Georgia Griffith. Station 5 from Collingwood Harriers, Amy Robinson. Station 6 from Western Athletics, Janae McCrell. And in Station 7 from Glen Huntly, Amy McKinley. 7 starters in the third and final heat. Women's Open 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we're away and racing here in heat 3 of 3, and this will certainly make things interesting, as on the inside of Georgia Griffith, Clara Dess the fastest to start. So Dess on the outside of her, Griffith, and so too Amy Robinson. So these 3 will fight it out to get to the rail first. And it may be Georgia Griffith who just comes over the top of Clara Dess to try and get to that rail position. So the rest of the field now picks up the stagger, and it is going to be Amy Robinson at the helm of those, but the 2 out in front is going to be Georgia Griffith and Clara Dess as we go through the first 200 metres in 31 seconds.
Now the door is wide open here for 3 to get through, with Green going through in 2:11 in that previous heat. So this is going to be an interesting race up front. Can Dess just stick into that lead bunt? So Robinson sitting on the rails there. You see that Griffith trying to control pace out from the outside there. But they're off to a reasonable start here, with Dess doing what she needs to do to try and get through to that final.
Clara Des just wants to hang on to that rail, wants to run minimum amount of work as possible. Georgia Griffith right on the outside, looking really strong. A double threat. She's got it over the distance, and she's certainly got wheels as well. 65 seconds as we now start to see Amy Robinson right on the back of these two out in front. So they're going to stretch it out around this bend, and the only two that are going through right now are the automatic two at the front. So right behind them there's going to be Amy Robinson fighting it out now. Can she get on the back of Georgia Griffith? But up the back straight, these two, Tim, look really comfortable. Amy Robinson now starting to launch through the motions.
So whatever Des is doing up in Canberra is working because she is looking good. Robinson, though, is a fast finisher, and we're seeing just that. Amy Robinson is putting on the afterburners as Georgia Griffith now takes the lead. So Des is going to be under pressure from Robinson as she comes from behind. So Des just needs to hold in and get that time. About 2:10 will get her through. So it is Georgia Griffith. Amy Robinson will now challenge for that lead as they come into the home straight. So it's Griffith, Robinson, Des, gap then to McCrell.
Well, I certainly don't think Des is done with yet, but Robinson's done a really good job now to try and get on the shoulder of Georgia Griffith, who looks so strong out in front. So Georgia Griffith is going to take out heat 3 of 3. Watch the clock now, 2:07. These two will go through, and Des just on the precipice of that time. She might just be under. We will have to wait. So we now see the rest of our field come through in heat number 3. So there's always a little bit of pressure on the third heat to try and get their way through to that final. And it'll be really interesting. We will wait and see whether Des has done enough to make it through, as now Hayder comes through to round out heat number 3 of 3. And those are all our competitors finished in the Women's Open 800 metres.
So we can see the consolidated results there, and Maddie Caulfield has made it through. Ali Sanford also there, the two on times getting through, so that means Des and also Green missing out on that final. So Caldwell, Griffith, Hollingsworth, Kersop, Cole, Robinson, Landon, Sanford and Caulfield. They will be our finalists tomorrow in the Women's Open 800 metres. We're actually just going to do a little bit of a recheck on that Women's Open 800, so bear with us on that, please. Victory ceremony and medal presentation now. The Women's Under-20 Pole Vault Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist with a best clearance of 3.55 metres, representing Box Hill, Lara Whitty. Our silver medalist with a best clearance of 3.85 metres, representing Box Hill, it is Georgia Taylor. And the Victorian champion, the gold medalist with a best clearance of 3.95 metres, representing Deakin, Cassidy Bradshaw. So congratulations, Lara, Georgia and Cassidy and all the competitors in the women's under 20 pole vault competition. So we now move to the first of 4 preliminary heats of the men's open 800 metres. There are 6 starters. In station 1 from Sandringham, Aaron Wood. In 2 from Old Scotch, Edward Baisha. In 3 from St Kevin's, it is our 1500 metre champion, Will Lewis. In 4 from Glen Huntley, Matthew Goff. In 5 from Mentone, Sam Bunnage. And in 6 from Doncaster, Oscar O'Connor. 6 starters, heat 1 of 4, men's open 800 metres. Top 2 in each heat, plus the 2 next best times will make the final.
On your marks.
So heat 1 of 4 is underway here in the men's open 800 metres. The top 2 automatic and then the next 2 fastest times. And the one who's going to go out the fastest is Matty Goff in those Glen Huntley colours. So Goff going to put them through their paces early here on the internal. And that's going to be Aaron Woods of Sandringham. Baisha, who's in that 1500 metre final. Now just going to go over the top and our 1500 metre champion. And Will Lewis just sitting comfortably in 3rd. Bunnage not far away. And neither is Oscar O'Connor. So not a lot of room between them. But it is going to be Matt Goff who puts 3 or 4 metres into the man behind him in Edward Baisha. And Will Lewis right on his shoulder there, Tim.
Yeah, so interesting start here from Goff. He's starting to put it out there, and it is Lewis, the one who's starting to wind it up to the outside now. Doesn't necessarily love the 800s as much as the 15s, but Lewis is now starting to look pretty good in that position, number 2. Baisha now all on the rails too, and you've got Bunnage running along very nicely just in the slipstream behind Baisha there. Then we have Wood and also O'Connor.
So Matty Goff almost sets this up as an ideal time trial for everybody behind him here because they all are all in that beautiful straight line and all have plenty of room. So it's Will Lewis behind him there, Baisha not far away, and neither is Bunnage. So he flew really late in that 1500 metre final. Let's see what his wheels can do. Baisha trying to latch onto these front 2. So Goff's kept himself out of trouble and he's going to try and keep it that way with 200 metres to go. It's Will Lewis right on the heels, Baisha about 5 metres back. So these two are going to try and scrap it out over the final 150 metres. Only the top 2 of the automatic times through here, and the rest will have to wait and see what happens. But it is going to be Goff, Lewis behind him there.
Yeah, so it's looking quite clear now. So it is Goff. Lewis just looking around the shoulder. He'll see Baisha's down, drop back 15 metres. Bunnage battling on nicely. Remember, there will be another 2 spots going by time. Time check here. It's going to be relatively quick for a heat. It's going to go through in 154, thereabouts. And then Baisha was going to come through at about the 156 mark. Bunnage in next position. Then we'll have Wood and O'Connor will round out the first of our 4 heats. Seven starters, heat 2 of 4, men's open 800 metres. Top 2 to go through. Next 2 best times will proceed to the final. Our starters are in station 1 from Athletics, Nunawading, Alan Vernal. In 2 from St Stephen's Harriers, Aidan Dubuisson. In 3 from Corio, Christian Davis. In 4 from Athletics Nunawading, Joel Donner. Station 5 from St Kevin's, Felix Lonergan. In 6 from Collingwood Harriers, Mitchell Wilson. And in 7, also from Collingwood Harriers, Andrew McIntosh. 7 starters, heat 2 of 4, men's open 800.
On your marks.
So we are away cleanly here in heat 2 of 4. Felix Lonigan in those St. Kevin's colours is going to try and get out quickly. Mitch Wilson on his outside, and in the middle of all of that is Joel Donner. So they'll come to cross now. Dubuisson on the inside there from St. Stephen's looking good. He'll try and just work his way to the front, but Donner, I think, is just going to beat him there. Christian Davis has a good set of wheels on him as he just shows there to try and get out of the pack, but Felix Lonigan just prevents that as best he can. So Lonigan gets on the shoulder of Joel Donner, Mitch Wilson on the outside, Dubuisson on the inside, and so too Christian Davis. So these guys aren't going to give each other too much room to wiggle with, but it's Joel Donner who's going to lead him through the first 300 metres.
So Donner looking quite comfortable. Lonigan also in that position. Good run there from Wilson, the first of the Collingwood runners. He's putting himself right up there. Dubuisson on the rails. Going to be interesting to see what Christian Davis can do because he is a 400 runner as well.
So Donner going to lead out Lonigan. As you mentioned, Mitch Wilson, the first of the Collingwood athletes to get right on the heels of a Dubuisson not far away. And now watch Christian Davis of Corio start to go through the motions and get right on the shoulder of Wilson. So Donner's let it from the gun. He's going to go right up the back straight. Felix Lonigan has good 400-metre wheels. And as we talk about that, Christian Davis says hello. So he gets right on the shoulder now. The two greens, don't get them confused. It's Donner of Nunawading and so too Christian Davis of Corio. So he goes right up there now. Lonigan attached to the back of it. Mitch Wilson about 5 metres back from there as these three now are going to vie for those automatic spots.
So Lonigan just trying to get a position on the outside now. He's making his move, so Felix has ran this very smartly. Davis make the big move, but is it Lonigan who's going to come over the top and claim that first position? I think he will. The wheels are falling off Davis as well as Donner comes over the top, but it will be Felix Lonigan from St. Kevin's. He'll take that first auto qualifier. Donner, Davis, big run from Mitch Wilson, then Dubuisson and also McIntosh, and that rounds out this. Sorry, Vernal will round out our second of the 4 heats here in the men's open 800. So a revision there with the inclusion of the Invitational, the Australian Capital Territory athlete Clara Desch. She will take that 8th spot in the women's final of the 800 metres. Heat number 3 of 4, men's open 800 metres. 7 starters once again. Tyler Denboa of Melbourne University is in 1. Nathan Crowley, Bendigo University, in 2. Patrick Matthews, Keilor St Bernard's, is in Station 3. Jake Stevens, Mornington Peninsula, he's in Station 4. Station 5 from Mentone, it is Geordie Hoare. In 6 from Western Athletics, it is Robert Whites. And in 7 from Sandringham, James Fallon. 7 starters, 3 of 4, men's open 800.
On your marks.
So we're away here in heat number 3, and Jake Stevens is going to get out to a flyer. Patrick Matthews with the hat on, not too far away. So we'll see how they pick up the stagger. Because on the inside there, Nathan Crowley of Bendigo certainly going to try and stake his claim of being at the front of this race early. So we'll see how they come across. There's 4 a bridge. And I think that is going to be Patrick Matthews with the cap on, who gets right to the front there. So moving around now, on the shoulder of him is going to be Geordie Hoare. And on the outside, Jake Stevens. Crowley nicely tucked in on the rail. And not too far behind his heels is Robert Wheats of Western Athletics. So as they make their way through the first 300 metres, it is Patrick Matthews channeling his inner Dave Waddle with the cap on in the 800 metres, as he's going to try and steer out this field with Geordie Hoare right on his shoulder.
So Stevens looking very comfortable now on the outside of Crowley and starting to make the move towards Hoare and also Matthews. Matthews always a brave runner. The cap's a new look for 2022, but he's certainly putting the performances to warrant it. Stevens looking oh so comfortable as that top group of three just start to move away.
They certainly do. So Patrick Matthews doesn't need a hat to stand out because he's usually towards the front of the field. So he's going to try and get his legs spinning. On the outside of him, there's going to be Geordie Hoare, and here comes Jake Stevens. So certainly knows how to race in 800 metres, does Jake Stevens, as he's willing to go wide to make his way around Patrick Matthews and get right on the shoulder of Hoare. So it is going to be Hoare who leads it out with 150 to go. Stevens right on his shoulder. Matthews going to have to find something in the final 120 metres to stay attached, as these two men out in front are going to try and move away down this home straight.
So it is Hoare and Stevens looking comfortable. Matthews fighting on bravely though. It's not over and done with. Good run from Whites, but he's not just going to get himself through, but it will be Stevens, and he'll take that win quite comfortably, 56.05. Hoare safely through. So Matthews once again fighting bravely. Wheat's a good run from him. Crowley coming through. Then we've got the Sandringham, a runner there in next position, Fallon. And also from the Collingwood Harriers, Melbourne University, that is Den Boer coming through. But Jake Stevens taking out the third of our four heats in the men's open 800 metres. Let's introduce the field of our final heat now, the men's open 800 metres. We have 7 starters, and they are in Station 1 from the Melbourne University Athletic Club, it's Bryn Lonergan. In 2 from Eureka, Jordan Mayston. Station 3 from Melbourne University, Stephen Langdon. In 4, we welcome from St Kevin's Amateur Athletic Club, Joseph Deng. In 5 from Geelong Guild, Joshua Perdrasat. In 6, from Mornington Peninsula, Kai Davies. And in 7 from Diamond Valley, Jared Cripps. They're the 7 starters in the 4th and final heat, the men's open 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we're away now in the final event of tonight, and it is the 4th of 4 in the men's open 800 metres heats. Top 2 automatically through in the next 2 fastest times. It's going to be Perdrasat on the outside of Joseph Deng, the Victorian record holder, who gets to the rail first. So it is going to be Joshua Perdrasat of Geelong Guild, Deng behind him there, and here comes Kai Davies of Mornington Peninsula, just latching onto the back of these top 2. So 26 seconds through the first 200 metres. They are not messing about. Perdrasat happy to lead out Joseph Deng, and Kai Davies enjoying the ride behind. Now starting to come through behind them is going to be Mayston, as he just latches onto the back of Davies. So through the first 300 metres, Perdrasat, Deng looking really smooth with Kai Davies behind him.
So the 400 metres transitioned to 8 beautifully this year, and Perdrasat looking very smooth out front. So too though Deng. Big run here from Davies as well, and great to see Langdon just trying to get in touch with that lead group as they go through. Relatively fast there, but still quite controlled, and we're seeing Deng just go to the shoulder now of Perdrasat. Davies still in there, and Langdon maybe looking quite dangerous as well, but Deng moves.
Well, if you looked up effortless in the dictionary, you would have seen that bend from Joseph Deng. And if you had looked up speed, you'll see the back straight. So Joseph Deng goes from 2 metres behind to 20 metres in front in the span of 200 metres. Perdrasat now going to the legs as we see Kai Davies behind him. But if you've ever wanted to see a statement, you're seeing it now from Joseph Deng. The Victorian record holder just wheels and deals his way to 30 metres ahead in heat number 4 of 4 in this men's open 800 metres. So Joseph Deng, he's not just going for the win, he's going for a time and to make his competitors on notice as he comes down. Perdrasat, so too Davies fighting it out for the second spot.
Yeah, so Deng's looking comfortable. The Joshua Rinaldi, The Rinaldi coached athlete just cruising to the line, 154. Perdrosat deserves that spot. He'll take that auto qualifier. And then also we'll have Kai Davies, great run from in, Langdon, Mayston, then Cripps and Lonergan. That rounds out our men's Open 800s. But Deng looking so supreme. And as we go towards that men's Open 800 final tomorrow. So we will get consolidated results up shortly for those men in the Open 800 metres to see who proceeds through to the final in the 10-man field.
Got a good one? The leader gave me nothing.
So the next medal presentation will be for our women's open-seated shot put competition, the Championship of Victoria. Our bronze medalist receiving an invitation medal with a percentage of 55.37 and a distance of 5.51 metres from New South Wales, Linda Holt. Our silver medalist in the Victorian Championship with a percentage of 67.12% and a distance of 5.92 metres from Casey Cadinia, Dana Crees. And our gold medalist and Victorian champion with a percentage of 81.94 and a distance of 6.40 metres, representing Athletics Essendon, Maria Strong. So congratulations, Linda, Dana and Maria, the medalists in the Open Women's Seated Shot Put Championship of Victoria. So we can see top 8 there in the men's Open 800 metres. Perdrosat coming in at number 8. 10 will be going through. And it looks like Davis and Baisha will be the other two. So Christian Davis, Ed Baisha, they'll also be proceeding through to the final of the men's Open 800 tomorrow. So with the conclusion of the track program, we'd just like to say a big thank you once again to our Victorian officials, and also a big thank you to the Athletics Victoria Club helpers for their assistance throughout the evening. And big thank you also to the competing athletes, their coaches and families and supporters who have come along here tonight to Lakeside Stadium for day number 1, weekend 2 of the Victorian Track and Field Championships. Still a couple of presentations to go, but for our live stream audience, we'd just like to say a big thank you for you for tuning in, and we look forward to a big day of athletics here at Lakeside Stadium. So just a big thank you also to co-commentator Mitch Dyer. Big night tonight, Mitch, and we're looking forward to an even bigger day tomorrow.
An absolute cracking way to end these Victorian